Sir.
Mr. Chairman, is the 3 minutes in total for each bill, or the three minutes is for each person testifying?
Each person testifying, minus the
All right.
sponsor.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to the House Economic Matters Committee. Today is Thursday, February 4th, 2021. We have a very busy agenda before us, 9 important bills. In the order they will be heard is House Bill 30, Delegate Corman; House Bill 20, Delegate Wells; House Bill 419, Delegate Chi; House Bill 569, Delegate Clippinger;
Yes.
House Bill 584, Bill 5 is Delegate Watson. Bill 6 is House Bill 379, Delegate Charkoudian. House Bill 397, which will be heard 7th, is Learman. House Bill 467, which is Bill 8, will be heard by Delegate Rogers. And House Bill 332, our 9th and final bill, will be Delegate Ivy. So without further ado, Delegate Corman, please get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate the opportunity to be before you with HB 30, the Climate Council Act. I'm the sponsor, Mark Corman, representing District 16 in Montgomery County. About 100 years ago, our state led the way in ensuring that the very important issue of residential ratepayer interests was well represented before our state regulator of utilities, the Public Service Commission. And we were the first in the country to establish what is now the Office of People's Counsel. And that's been a very successful model. They do great work in ensuring that the Public Service Commission and the entities the Public Service Commission regulates are taking account of ratepayer interests. They help put the necessary expertise and ideas and proposals in front of the Public Service Commission to make sure our residential ratepayers are well taken care of. We have another hugely important issue that we now need our Public Service Commission to pay close attention to. You got a little bit of a preview of this with Delegate Charkoudian's bill last week or the week before about climate and labor interests. And to me, that is climate change. Obviously, a huge amount of your work is dedicated to renewable energy and reducing emissions and all sorts of other things we're asking our electric and our gas utilities primarily, and generators, retail suppliers, others to work on. So the bill before you would establish, just as we have an Office of People's Counsel, an Office of Climate Counsel to ensure that those interests are adequately represented with the requisite expertise before the Public Service Commission. It's modeled almost in parallel to how the OPC is modeled, a similar sort of quasi-independent office appointed by the Attorney General, confirmed by the Senate, budgeted at less than the OPC, but from the same fund source from utility fees, similar set of powers, ability to go out and get consultants and experts to help provide good, useful information to the Public Service Commission as they're making their decisions, the ability to advocate for the General Assembly, the ability to intervene in other bodies as well, in courts and at FERC and so on. This legislation would, as a standalone entity, be sort of the first in the nation, just as the OPC was in Maryland almost 100 years ago, around 97 years ago. I've seen some of the feedback in the testimony, and I've spoken to a lot of the regulated utilities, and I appreciate their thoughts. I mean, I think a few of their concerns are incorrect or misplaced. I mean, this bill does not dictate outcomes. It just creates another party before the Public Service Commission for their proceedings. So just as the Office of People's Counsel doesn't always get its way on residential ratepayer interests, the Office of Climate Counsel wouldn't always get its way on environmental interests. The point has been raised that there are other agencies that can intervene on behalf of Maryland's environmental interests. That's true. There are also other agencies and advocates besides the OPC that can intervene on behalf of residential ratepayers. The question is, do they do this? I looked at 8 or 9 dockets last night and looked through to see the types of comments filed by MEA, DNR, MDE, and others to see if they were filling this role. And unfortunately, consistently, they are not. Nor, unfortunately, is OPC historically. They're very focused on their statutory mission of residential ratepayer interests. Now, that said, I think there is the possibility here, if the committee is interested, if the chair is interested, and the stakeholders are interested, in some type of compromise. My understanding is that in DC, they've sort of broadened the role of the OPC to include environmental interests as well, to make sure they have sort of an assistant or a deputy there focused on environmental interests, and that is part of what their version of the Office of People's Counsel advocates before the DC Public Service Commission. And that could be a good model here. I'd be very happy to work with folks if that's of interest to the committee, as opposed to a standalone body. I'll add, we did put 2 amendments in just at the request of the PSC, just to basically clarify that the OPC would be similar to the OCC, which is to say it would not be organized under the commission. That was sort of a drafting error. And that even though the OPC has the statutory authority to call on PSC staff resources, that actually doesn't happen in practice. And so we just sort of eliminate that as a possibility here. So with that, Mr. Chair, I look forward to the committee's questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Delegate Corman? Delegate Valderrama?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Delegate Corman. Just a quick question. I think it's a simple question. Anyway, I was looking at the testimony of those who are unfavorable. One of the biggest arguments, and usually the most common arguments, is that it would be a rate increase on the taxpayers. My question is, do you agree with that? And if not, how so or why so? Because I would be interested to know, because I know it's always an argument. I don't per se believe that's always an argument, but I want to hear your opinion on that, because I know you prefaced by saying, it's the common opposition, but so with that.
Thank you, Delegate. Let me also say it's weird to be in like the 4th week of session and have not seen you in person, I don't think.
I know.
Strange world we're living in. As you all know, the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel are both funded through fees on the regulated utilities. And obviously the regulated utilities will then, put that into their rate base and get that money back. Last year, because you all felt the Public Service Commission needed more resources, your committee passed and we all voted on the floor to actually increase that assessment on utilities. OPC was not included in that assessment increase last year. They actually still have some room under their statutory cap. They have some budget headroom. So if we were to go with that sort of secondary model I mentioned of adding this power to the existing OPC, some of that may be able to be done under their existing sort of regulatory fee authority, because they still have some headroom. That's not to say they're collecting those fees now and not using them. Those fees go uncollected right now, but they wouldn't necessarily need right away that statutory increase in regulatory fees the way you all authorized. And of course, I voted as well for the Public Service Commission to have last year.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Wilson?
Yeah, I dropped my hand, Mr. Chair. I'm good. I withdrew my question.
Delegate Pippi?
Just real quick to the sponsor. I'm looking at the fiscal note, and I think there's some ambiguity about what they think the actual total cost would be. At minimum, they think it would be at least $2.6 million a year, which they thought may potentially be offset by assessing fees to public service companies. And so I guess if you could just address, I think this would increase ratepayers, increase fees on ratepayers, and then if you could maybe address the fiscal note going forward. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Congratulations on your new seat on the Economic Matters Committee.
Thank you.
As I was explaining to Delegate Valderrama, the way the PSC and the Office of People's Counsel are funded are 2 separate assessments that are authorized by the General Assembly and charged on the utilities. Obviously, then the utilities, just like any tax or fee, can try to pass that along to their customers. The fiscal note is driven by, they use the maximum amount that I wrote into the bill that would be potentially possible, which I think was 0.025%. OPC doesn't use the maximum amount it has authorized in law right now, 0.5%. Neither does the PSC, but only because you all increased the PSC's cap last year. So under the way the bill is written, there is a funding source in the bill. It's a special fund source. I didn't just say, the governor has to figure this out. It's out of general funds. And so they used what would be the maximum amount possible. Under that, it could be less than that. Like I said, the Office of People's Counsel has some headroom under its percentages right now. And so again, if we were to go the other route of adding some work to the Office of People's Counsel to give them some of this responsibility, that would be, within their existing sort of statutory fee authority. And let me also add, we have a new Office of People's Counsel. He's been there a few weeks, and I have discussed this bill with him, but obviously he hasn't had a lot of opportunity yet to work in his current role and see how he'd react to some of these environmental issues. My experience obviously has been mostly with his predecessor, but I didn't want to give any impression about Mr. Lapp, the new OPC.
Thank you.
Delegate Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question just got answered. So my question was, Delegate Corman, was basically, had you talked about the model in DC with the Office of People Counsel and what was sort of their take on it? So if I'm understanding that, you had feedback from the prior person, but not the current. Is that correct?
So I have spoken to the new appointee for the Office of People's Counsel about the bill. I sent it to him right when he was sort of named for the position before he took over. And obviously, I don't want to speak for him. I would just say that he seems very open to the idea of making sure that the environmental interest is a part of what he's advocating for as well. Now, ratepayer interest and environmental interests do not need to conflict. Sometimes they might conflict in the short term, but in general, I don't think they need to conflict. And so I think he sees a good possibility where he can advocate for the residential ratepayer while also advocating for the environment. I'm sure he'd be very good at doing that. I think having some additional statutory authority, if we want him to be doing that, would make a lot of sense. And we could make some clarifications in the existing OPC law if we didn't want to go with the standalone Office of Climate Counsel model.
Okay, thank
Delegate Pippy. Oh, anyone else? Seeing none, that concludes our hearing for House Bill 30. The oral testimony, plenty of written testimony on that. So with that, we will now move on to Delegate Wells with House Bill 20. Welcome, Delegate Wells.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Delegate Melissa Wells, here to present on HB 20. And basically what this bill does is it requires the Maryland Stadium Authority to comply with the requirements of Maryland's prevailing wage law. It does so by repealing the Economic Development Code, Section 10-608, and also in State Finance and Procurement, Section 11-203C. It amends it also by adding to Title 17 that the State Finance Procurement, that code would apply to the Maryland Stadium Authority. Basically, this bill is seeking just to codify in legislation a practice that's already being done by the Maryland Stadium Authority. But because we know that because there is this exemption in state law, and because currently that practice is being done as a result of their procurement language by the Board of Public Works, I think it's really important that we ensure moving forward publicly funded construction that's managed by the Maryland Stadium Authority, that construction does fall under prevailing wage. As of right now, the Maryland Stadium Authority, the Board of Public Works, and the executive could change their mind, and that work would not be covered. I think when we think of the context of the pandemic, and also the fact that there will be additional projects coming down the pike with regard to school construction, it's an opportunity to make sure that we're helping rebuild our economy by way of workers and also by way of businesses, and also ensuring that locals, that jurisdictions will be able to have prevailing wage on school construction once we hopefully override the governor's veto on the Built to Learn Act. Just a few things. So currently the Maryland Stadium Authority, they do their own compliance and oversight. So this bill would, it would pull them into what the state's currently doing through the Department of Labor. If you look at the fiscal note, it shows that the Department of Labor is able to absorb this without increasing its budget. So I think that's always a good thing when we see a fiscal note that that does not have an absorbent amount. In this case, there's no fiscal impact that will be included. And also, I think it's really important that we also have a streamlined process for oversight and compliance. A lot of contractors that bid Maryland Stadium Authority work are bidding other state projects. So I think it's a way for us to ensure that there's some seamlessness in how we're doing oversight and how we're, aware of some of the great actors out there who are doing, registered apprenticeship, and they're taking care of workers and ensuring that they have wages and benefits that will help them take care of their families. So those are, I think, the main pieces. I think, this committee is no stranger to prevailing wage, so I will not go out of my way to explain what that is at great length. But I will say that in terms of some of the myths or some of the talking points about prevailing wage, there's really no verifiable data that says that prevailing wage increases project costs. A lot of the data points that you might hear from opposition or you have heard in the past, this is also in the DLS fiscal note. Those data points are not representative of the industry. And really, I think the DLS, they say at best, and I think if you read the fiscal note, it's really them just making a point to at least try to look into if there would be a fiscal impact, says it's between 2 to 5%, but really they lean heavily on the fact that there's no verifiable data that says that prevailing wage increases project costs. And in some cases, they have seen that it actually might reduce project costs because of efficiency gains. And oftentimes contractors that might underbid, they will issue work orders that will, in the long run, delay the project and also will increase the budget of the project itself. So with that, again, just emphasizing this is a practice that's already being done by the Maryland Stadium Authority. It's a practice that will be good for our state. It'll help contractors, it'll help our workers. And with that, I'm asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions for Delegate Wells? Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, Delegate Wells, could you please just inform, what is the stadium authority in charge of constructing? Delegate Wells, did you hear me?
You went out. You said, what is a stadium? And then it went out.
What is the stadium authority? What do they build? What do they construct?
So the Stadium Authority has, when they were their inception, they were focused on sports, right? Sports facilities. So that was what they were originally doing. They are now and currently in Baltimore. They are managing our school construction. That's a $1.2 billion program. They're also doing the Project Core. I don't have the number for that, but that's a pretty substantial investment. And we don't know what's going to happen with school construction, but that $2.2 billion from the state on top of what's leveraged with the local jurisdictions, there's a good chance that they'll probably be tapped to do some of the management for school construction. So we're talking about billions, and there's other projects that they have done. They've been doing assessments of Pimlico racetrack. So we know that there's potential for them to probably be taking on more projects moving forward in the future.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much, Delegate Wells. Jeffrey Guido. You're muted, Jeff.
There, I have to unmute myself, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Baltimore Building Trades, DC Building Trades support the bill of Maryland Stadium Authority. They have become the de facto construction management for a lot of state funding projects. As Delegate Wells was stating, with the Camden Yards, M&T Stadium, also conference centers, North Bethesda Conference Center, Ocean City Conference Center, Laurel Racetrack, Pimlico Racetrack, and I think they have 33 schools that they've done over $1 billion in contracts. And with that, doing the requirement for prevailing wage also requires the use of apprentices on these projects. A lot of the legislature that comes through every year has to do with apprenticeship funding and workforce development, and funding these projects with prevailing wage and requiring the apprentices will fund those training programs as they're intended. The money that's earned on prevailing wage is readily spent back into the community where the workers work and where they live. And these wages support families as workers, construction workers have been deemed essential workforce. And these wages support their families with benefits for health care and pensions. No burden to the contractors. The Stadium Authority uses a B2G Now company to streamline their automated businesses with the reporting requirements. When they do require prevailing wage, it's done very well. And there's, like I say, the fiscal note, 000, state, local, and business, small business. We urge a favorable report. Thank you, sir.
Delegate Watson.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Guido, thank you for your message. I did receive your message on voicemail today. I just want to clarify, though, that the Maryland Stadium Authority is now voluntarily using prevailing wage. Is that correct?
Arbitrarily, I would say. I don't know about voluntarily. It's just if they're in a jurisdiction, say Baltimore City, that has a prevailing wage, they may comply with it, but there's no obligation to comply with it.
Okay, they say that they comply with it, but I guess the feeling is they could change that at any point.
Correct.
Thank you.
Delegate Wilson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't put my hand down. Let me go ahead and just put it down. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Benetti.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis, members of the committee. I'm Rick Benetti here representing Lyones Baltimore Washington District Council and our roughly 7,000 members that live in Maryland here in support of House Bill 40. You guys have taken up a lot of legislation this year based on prevailing wage, so I won't go over that. But I just want to make the point that even though it's been evolving since the 1960s, Maryland's made the clear policy choice to use prevailing wage in public infrastructure construction as a tool for economic growth. But what this bill's about is at the same time, it's also set up multiple ways to get around the prevailing wage law, and the Stadium Authority is one of those ways. So I think it, like Jeff and Delegate Wells have already said, I think it sets up too many opportunities to do procurement outside of the way the state has chosen to do construction procurement overall. I'll just point out some numbers of, while it's not directly applicable, some numbers from states that have recently repealed their prevailing wage laws. Some of that, the economic data that's been looked at. So since 2016, in West Virginia, when they repealed their law, construction worker wages have fallen for both union and non-union. And then it is up to that wage growth, the wage has fallen, and then the wage growth compared to neighboring states with prevailing wage is up to 8% slower. The active number of registered apprentices in West Virginia has fallen by 28% compared to prevailing wage states. This study did an analysis of 107 prime contract bid wins and found that the repeal had absolutely no impact on construction costs. As adjusted for inflation in Wisconsin, who repealed their prevailing wage law, I think in 2017, their highway construction adjusted for inflation increased by $52,000 per mile, while worker pay, highway construction worker pay dropped 6% or roughly $2,600 a year. And it also found that the number of state construction projects awarded to out-of-state contractors increased by 60%, reducing competition overall for in-state contractors. And finally, I'll just say Baltimore County, again, it's not directly applicable to this law, but they just passed their own prevailing wage law, their own local prevailing wage law, in part because economic data showed over a 5-year capital budget, it would create 850 jobs and $650 million in additional income in both the county's construction sector and overall economy. That translates roughly to about $6 million in additional tax revenue for Baltimore County. So in closing, we think prevailing wage is a proven, effective tool to stimulate economic growth in the state. And if there are any loopholes around that law, we should be doing what we can to close them up. And with that, I'll just urge a favorable report on House Bill 40.
Any questions? Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the last gentleman, Mr. Benetti, can you repeat what you said? I'm trying to make sense of what you said about what happened in West Virginia. They repealed their prevailing wage, yet you said it did not cost them. You said the number of prime contracts awarded was the same. So it basically didn't cost them. The project price did not go down. Did I hear you say the cost of projects did not go down?
Yeah. And I apologize for swimming through that so quickly. So yeah, these studies, the economic data has shown that hourly wages for construction workers have fallen, and the growth of that wage compared to neighboring states with prevailing wage is also slowed by up to 8%. And they also did an analysis in this study of 107 contract bid wins, and they found that the repeal had absolutely no impact on school construction costs. So it's costing workers, and it's costing sort of the economic benefits of that wage and income matriculating throughout the West Virginia economy, but it's not saving the state's taxpayers.
So it seems like, it would be the prime contractors probably making that majority of the money, because if you can pay people less money and you're still charging the same price, then that money's got to be going somewhere. Is it going to the prime contractor and not to the workers?
Yeah, I think that's where I think that's what the data shows, and also I think it creates less opportunity for smaller subcontractors along the way as well.
I don't know about that last statement, but I'm gonna let that go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Delegate Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benetti, I wanted to ask about the local study you mentioned. When you started off explaining it, you said Montgomery County, but when you were wrapping up explaining it, you said Baltimore County. Which county is it, and is it included? Is it a link to that study included anywhere in your testimony?
It is Baltimore County, so apologies for mentioning Montgomery. I can share that with you. I'll send it over to you. Yeah,
that'd be great. Thank you.
I'd like to add it to my testimony, but I can share that with you.
Thank you.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick, could you send me send the committee the study about West Virginia so we can read?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not,
Mr. Chair,
Delegate Wells.
if I may, just before we move on to the opposition, I don't know, I had someone that wanted to testify, but there was technical issues with the website. So could I just mention who they are?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. So for the record, Debbie and Raynard Gardner, they are minority contractors certified with MDOT, MBE, DBE certified with Baltimore City, as well as Prince County, a union contractor, a member of the Mechanical Contractors Association. They were going to testify in support of the bill and just say that it's an opportunity for them to continue to get work. They've done a lot of publicly financed work in the state of Maryland, school construction, also worked on casinos. And so they wanted to share their support and that it really is helping them as a small, medium-sized minority firm compete in the state of Maryland, and hoping to see more things like this moving forward as they continue to try to stay afloat because of COVID. So wanted to make sure that they were at least listed for the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Marcus Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. For the record, my name is Marcus Jackson, Director of Government Affairs with the Associated Builders and Contractors. ABC is in opposition of HB 20, which is before you today for consideration. This bill would apply the Maryland prevailing wage law to the Maryland Stadium Authority. ABC opposes prevailing wage laws because they contain outdated job restrictions that do not match the needs of today's competitive construction business environment. Prevailing wage requirements discourage many qualified small and minority-owned contractors from building public projects. The Stadium Authority procurement meant to provide flexibility in delivering stadium and local construction projects. In recognition of this flexibility, the prevailing wage laws have never been applied to the Stadium Authority, HB 20 required that the Stadium Authority to apply prevailing wage requirements to all future Stadium Authority projects. History shows that the imposition of prevailing wage requirements on construction projects in Maryland may increase total construction costs by as much as 20%. By imposing prevailing wage requirements on all Stadium Authority projects, the cost of construction will certainly increase. The effects of this bill will be to reduce the Stadium Authority's flexibility and reduce the number of public facilities that can be provided to our citizens. Prevailing wage requirements impose certain work rules on contractors. These work rules prohibit the use of helpers or trainees on projects. This will limit local hiring and keep young construction workers from working on stadium authority projects. Prevailing wage laws also imposes job classification work rules that make contractors less efficient. On behalf of the over 1,500 ABC members in Maryland, we respectfully request an unfavorable report on HB 20.
Any questions for Mr. Jackson? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes our hearing of the oral testimony for House Bill 20. I'd now like to go to House Bill 419 and Delegate Chi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the 1 second delay because I was trying to coordinate with my staff on my bill testimony at another committee. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues of ECM. For the record, I am Delegate Chi here to represent HB 419. HB 419 is an economic development bill that seeks to capture the exponential growth potential of the clean energy economy by making sure that the state of Maryland can lead the nation and hopefully the world in clean energy innovation, just like we do in biotech and life sciences. This bill passed our committee last year, but ran out of time for a floor vote. There are a couple of small technical amendments that you should have received for this year's bill. I think we would all agree that we are beyond the point of arguing that clean energy is the future. The question is, how do we get there? And how does Maryland position ourselves in this new economy? Do we merely want to adopt and deploy other people's technologies? Or do we want to be a leading developer and exporter of clean tech to reap the tremendous economic benefits? Currently, Maryland invests heavily in commercially proven clean energy technologies, which means we have a huge demand for them. But our investments in clean energy innovation is pathetically low. In fact, for every $134 we spend on deploying market-proven clean energy technologies, we spend just $1 on clean energy R&D in Maryland. So why can't we develop the technologies we need? There is not a dearth of great ideas or innovation. What is lacking is a strong ecosystem that connects innovation with entrepreneurship and capital to make sure the good ideas don't die in labs. And that's the roles of the Maryland Clean Energy Center and the Maryland Energy Innovation Institute. The Maryland Clean Energy Center, MCEC, was created by this General Assembly as an economic development partnership to grow Maryland's clean energy industries and jobs. It has the flexibility to do what the government cannot do and what the private sector would not do, with a myriad of programs and initiatives, including grants making and equity investments in long-term capital projects. Since its inception, MCEC has leveraged the state funding to attract private capital at a ratio of between 1:8 to 1:10, which is tremendous. The Maryland Energy Innovation Institute, MEI Square, was created also by this legislature to turn basic research in clean energy from universities and federal labs into commercially viable technologies so they can be ready for business ventures and be launched to market. What HB 419 does is to make sure these organizations get the support they need so they can do more of what they do the best and help Maryland become a clean energy economy powerhouse. Specifically, this bill designates the Maryland Clean Energy Center as a state-affiliated green bank, which is a role it is already playing, so it can be a more identifiable resource and a partner in leveraging private capital and working with industry and academic partners. Second, The bill codifies the already mandated baseline funding for both organizations with a small enhancement to accelerate the in-state R&D and manufacturing in clean energy innovation. Part of this new funding will be used to implement an accelerator program in partnership with the Department of Commerce and the TEDCO. I have to point out a correction in the fiscal note. It assumes an additional 2.1 million, which is incorrect interpretation. It should be additional 300,000 for each organizations. And finally, this bill calls for one of the at-large board members to be the director of MEI Squared to ensure collaboration between these organizations, because innovation swims in the currency of collaboration. As a state that has made a strong commitment to clean energy, it's just smart policy to make sure we don't miss the train in creating jobs and businesses in the process. What this bill calls for is a very small investment for a much bigger return because of the leveraging power of these organizations. Finally, I am heartened by the overwhelming support of this legislation, from entrepreneurs to industry leaders to labor, as you can see from over 30 written testimonies submitted. My experience working in economic development, both in Washington, D.C. and Montgomery County, taught me that Maryland is way too timid and complacent in our drive to grow our economy. The reason Maryland today is a global leader in biotech was because of the intentional investments we made in that particular industry sector and the policies we set. But it's time to diversify aggressively our new economy of the 21st century. Clean energy is one of those top industries that hold the greatest promise. Thank you very much, and I trust that you would agree that we need to be bolder and the time to act is now. I'm going to turn it over to my expert panel now. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor? Delegate Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Delegate Shi. Yeah, just a quick question. I must say, yeah, I saw you had 40 favorable supports, so that's impressive.
Even more.
Even more. Okay. Yeah. One question. One of the info from the Maryland Energy Administration, and they were concerned about the fact that this is going to establish a permanent draw, 2.1 million from SEEP. Have you had any conversation with them?
Yes, I have. And we could agree to disagree. This body, the General Assembly, established the Maryland Clean Energy Center, and it is upon us to continue to fund it and support it so it can realize its potential. MEA's job is not to grow the industry. It can fund clean energy projects, but it cannot have the leveraging power. So we have this public-private partnership in place. It is beneficial to the state to be able to use that to make sure that we give it the horsepower to realize its potential, so our state can realize our potential. Of course, MEA was speaking about the dedication of fund, which is what we are calling for, which is currently already mandated by law. We're just trying to make sure that it does not create a kind of uncertainty, because when you create uncertainty, you hurt the market movement. When MCEC has to fund so many long-term projects and partner with academic and business partners, that kind of level of government commitment and certainty is critical.
Yeah, and they were also saying that type of draw is going to divert funds away from low to moderate income. So you were in disagreement with that as well.
Well, this has been funded from the same pot. We are just asking for a very minor increase. So if they're arguing that this should not have been funded to begin with, then I beg to differ. This has been funded from the same pot. So we're not changing that part. It is already mandated.
All right. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? If not, Gene Harrington.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Gene Harrington, and I'm the Director of State Government Affairs for Food and Agriculture for the Biotechnology Innovation Organization. I'm also a lifelong Marylander, having been born in Montgomery County, raised in Prince George's County, and lived in Howard County for the last 20 years. I testify today on behalf of BIO, the world's largest trade group for the biotechnology sector, and strong support of House Bill 419 and respectfully urge the members of the committee to give the legislation a favorable report. I've also been asked by the Maryland Technology Council to express that group's bill. BIO applauds Delegate Chi for crafting and sponsoring House Bill 419 and for her longstanding support of the biotechnology sector in Montgomery County and throughout the state. We also encourage Delegate Chi to add renewable chemical production to the definition of advanced clean energy technology so that entities engaged in such work, which will allow us to replace petroleum-based containers and packaging, can be eligible for support from the Maryland Clean Energy Innovation Institute and Maryland Clean Energy Center. The biopharma sector has deep footprints in Maryland, and Montgomery County's technology corridor is a great example of that. House Bill 419 builds on the work the state has done to attract and keep those businesses by extending assistance to entrepreneurs in the agriculture and environment biotechnology spaces. This support will hopefully help biotechnology businesses get established in other parts of the state, such as Western Maryland and the Eastern Shore. Again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I appreciate your time and urge a favorable report for House Bill 419. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Any questions for Mr. Harrington? If not, Eric Washman.
Thank you, Chairman Davis, members of the committee. If it's possible, could you arrange for Kathy Magruder to share the slides she has for both of our presentations?
Say that again. You need some
Kathy
technological.
Kathy Magruder has slides to share for both of our presentations. Is it possible to enable her to show those slides?
You asking the wrong guy. No, I'm being told it's not possible.
All right, well, hopefully I guess it's cutting into my time. Then I'm gonna try and be really quick. The Maryland Energy Innovation Institute was set up to advance the energy research that's being done at the universities in the state of Maryland to transition that into actual commercial entities and jobs. The Maryland Clean Energy Center, which you'll hear about more from Ms. Magruder, is focused on deployment of energy technologies. We're trying to bridge the gap, and that's what this bill does. It enables us to take the research coming out of our universities, which, by the way, is leading the nation. We have more, for example, ARP-E awards than any university in the country other than MIT. We have $55 million in research in energy at the University of Maryland for the small amount of money that we've been currently getting from the MEIF, this Maryland Energy Innovation Fund. That's a factor 23-to-1 return on investment of money coming back to the state of Maryland for the money that we've been getting. But we want to go beyond that. We want to create companies and we want to create jobs in the state of Maryland. And the only way to do that is to set up the infrastructure to do that. And that's what this bill does. We've already successfully spun off a number of companies. They're in my presentation, which I guess you can't see. They're also in my testimony. We also have some testimony from some of those companies. For example, Ion Storage Systems is a battery company that's right now at 17 employees, setting up a 20,000 square foot manufacturing facility in Maryland. Invent Wood is a technology company that is actually transforming the way we look at building materials. Oh, there are the slides. So I don't know if I can get to all of these ones. Where my time is ticking away. There you go. Okay. So what we're trying to do is transition from the left, where it's university research. Somebody's forwarding these things. Okay. All right. So for Kathy, have you got control of that, or is somebody else advancing it? All right. So we, as part of the previous bill to create our institute, we were tasked by the governor and the General Assembly to provide a report on the potential for economic impact. And that report was provided. You should have all gotten a copy of it, and I'd be happy to forward if you don't have it now. But it actually demonstrates that there's over $400 million in spending on energy programs in the state, but almost nothing on energy innovation. In fact, we are last in the nation in diversity of our spending on innovation. 85% of that goes to the health-related R&D, and other than what MEI squared, our institute does, nothing goes to energy innovation. And that's some data from that report. Keep going. And it includes then designating clean energy as an economic development opportunity and expanding the seed funding and developmental support, which is what we're doing. We provide seed grants around the state. We've given off 18 last year to pretty much most of the campuses that you can think of in the state, including Baltimore County, Eastern Shore, Johns Hopkins, Morgan State, and demand for these seed grants far exceeds our ability to supply them. Every one of them goes to intellectual property created at our universities and companies that are trying to commercialize it. So again, this is not asking for research funding. This is asking for money to help create companies in the state of Maryland as an economic development program. Next. Next slide, or not. Okay. So these are just some of the examples. Ion Storage Systems, which is actually a company I founded. Its CEO is a former director of battery operations from Apple. It's received numerous awards, over $20 million in federal funding, an $8 million private VC investment, and it was selected as one of the Maryland Future 20 companies. And that's another thing to point out. Both Ion Storage Systems and the next one that you'll see in Bentwood. If the next slide goes there we go, is another one of the Maryland Future 20. So not only are we creating companies, but we're creating companies that have already been identified by the governor and the Department of Commerce as the leading innovation companies in the state. And again, this is at a very small investment from the state. We would like to see that increased. And I don't know if I've run out of time because of these other technical issues. I apologize.
You've long run out of time.
But I appreciate your support, and I will pass this on to Ms. Magruder if possible.
Any questions? Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in looking at the fiscal note, it says, find it here. Okay. Overall special fund expenditures for CEEF are not affected, but diverting from funds to MEIF decreases revenues available for other CEEF funded programs. And then when you go down, it says the current allocation requires at least 50% for energy assistance, 2%, at least 20% for energy efficiency and conservation, at least 1/2 of that for low and moderate income programs, at least 20% for renewable and clean energy, energy-related education and outreach, resiliency and climate change programs, and number 4, up to 10%, but no more than $5 million for administrative expenses. This is $2.1 million. What part of that should that $2.1 million come from?
So the information
come from the energy assistance portion, or the efficiency and conservation portion, or the renewable and clean energy outreach, or the administration? What part of the 2.1 million would that come from?
Thank you, Delegate Howard, for your question. Again, it's already coming out of the budget. This was arranged, back in 2017. So
are you talking about the $1.5 million?
That is correct.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I read the fiscal note, and based on the fiscal note, they're saying this is in addition to the $1.5 million. So this would be on top of that. Did I read that wrong?
I believe that was incorrect. It is increasing from 1.5 to 2.1. So it's only an increase of 600,000 per year. Kathy Magruder, who I assume will follow me, has actually all of the numbers in her slides, but I believe it's only about a 0.6% of the actual CEEF money. It's a very, very small percentage. It's almost negligible. So it really doesn't impact any of those. And in fact, the CEEF has not been fully spent in any year. There's been a carryover of funds. So it's not going to impact any of those programs.
Okay, because I forget what page it's on, but it says, while there is an existing required transfer of 1.5 million annually from fiscal 2019 through fiscal 22, from CEEF to MEIF under current law, the bill does not alter or otherwise reference that provision. Therefore, this analysis assumes that the required annual CEEF transfer in the bill is in addition to, in italics, and is not largely offset by the fiscal 2022 transfer. Okay.
So Delegate Howard, if I may chime in, I pointed out in my bill presentation earlier that this was an erroneous interpretation on the part of the analysts preparing the fiscal policy draft, because the bill clearly says the total is 2.1, not additional 2.1. Just want to make sure they're clear on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If there are no additional questions, Let me stay in order and go to Alex Craigie and then Kathy Magruder. Mr. Craigie. Okay, then let me go to Catherine Magruder. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, and distinguished members of the committee. If I could share slides, I would like to be able to do that.
Sure.
I want to introduce myself. For the record, I am the director of the Maryland Clean Energy Center. We are here today to talk to you about this bill, and we appreciate your consideration. MCEC has been handicapped since the General Assembly created it in 2008 because we've never been given a stable, predictable commitment of funding since it was created. Despite that, we've been able to leverage $75 million of private capital in project investment that would otherwise not have happened. We do more with less. Our funding attracts private capital, which is important for us to grow the pool of available funds that can be used because there will never be enough public money to address the climate mitigation challenge that we face as a state. I did have some great slides that show you, to answer Delegate Howard's question, about how those funds come out of the overall CEF spend and the percentage of funds that are spent annually. In our state, we spend on average for the past 3 years, $314 million of public money from the RGGI auction proceeds and the Empower surcharge. The money that you have dedicated to the Maryland Energy Investment Fund, i.e. MCEC, and the Institute is less than 0.5% of that overall total. And with the increase that we're requesting now, it would still be less than 0.6% of the overall total. My other slides show the spend trend and the revenue collection 3 years, which you'll see is averaging more than 50 million a year and trending upward. As a state green bank, MCEC can also expand on current federal momentum to channel anticipated funds with the new administration intent on supporting and investing in deployment of clean energy solutions and infrastructure with the creation of the Clean Energy Sustainability Accelerator. With this in mind, we want to bill, and we want to ask the committee to give it a favorable report. Thank you.
Kathy, did you submit your slides as part of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll be able to get it that way.
You'll see in the slides, there's a chart that shows the FY20 Strategic Energy Investment Fund actual expenditures and what portion of that is currently being used to fund the MEIF requirement, and the distribution of how the funds are made toward the other programs that it supports. There's about 71 million of that spending in FY20 and 70 million budgeted for FY21.
Thank you. I'm seeing Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hey, Kathy, quick question. What amount you said we collected from RGGI in 2020?
So from 2017 to 2020, with RGGI and Empower surcharge combined, it's approximately $314 million of public funds collected that are directed toward energy program projects and initiatives.
Oh,
The RGGI average is about 54 million over the past 3 years.
Okay. And the Empower amount was how much again?
Empower averages about 275 a year for the past 3 years.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? If not, let's go to Sydney Evans.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and members of the committee. My name is Sidney H. Evans, Jr. I am the Vice President for Finance and Management, Chief Financial Officer for Morgan State University. I am here today in support of House Bill 419. First, before I start, I would like to thank you all for the work that you do in public service. Equally as important, we at Morgan are grateful for the support we receive from the state of Maryland. By action of the Maryland legislature, Morgan is Maryland's preeminent public urban university. We take this designation very seriously. While the university has momentum and is moving towards high aspirations, several areas require more attention. One of those areas is clean energy, energy management, and campus sustainability. As CFO, I realized Morgan was behind its peers and, more importantly, was not operating at an efficient level concerning energy management and conservation. We realized we needed to develop a comprehensive energy management plan around clean energy, operating efficiencies, deferred maintenance, and long-term strategic energy plan. And we want to be a leader in this area. In 2019, I was invited and attended Maryland Clean Energy Center annual conference. It was at this conference I realized the significance of MCNC's capabilities and how these capabilities could help Morgan achieve its long-term goals around energy management and sustainability. We developed a memorandum of understanding to forge forward with a partnership to assist the university in planning efforts and develop a strategy to achieve long-term energy goals, all through MCEC. To date, MCEC has been instrumental in helping Morgan to accomplish three major goals. One, create a pathway for energy performance contracts. Two, address deferred maintenance projects around the university's infrastructure. And three, develop a strategic energy management plan. MCEC is not only a significant source of expertise and information as it pertains to clean energy, it is also a financing option for Morgan. The additional financing options complements Morgan's research capabilities and offer Morgan greater financial flexibility to fund projects in this area. Given the state's financial challenges, specifically with the impact of the pandemic, all state agencies need to assist and find ways to help themselves to be able to leverage the financial support from the state. Morgan has made great progress in this area. MCEC is another option for financial transactions such as leases, shared energy savings, and financial agreements. This service from MCMC is an invaluable support mechanism for Morgan. We at Morgan are providing a high dividend back to the taxpayers of the state and a positive return on this investment in Morgan. MCEC enables Morgan to continue to provide this quality return for the state of Maryland. I thank you for this opportunity on behalf of HB 419 and to support MCEC.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions? Delegate Brooks? I'm going to assume that that was just a hand.
That hand was up from before, Mr. Chair. Let me take it down. Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, thank you, Mr. Evans. Our final witness on the bill, Alex Pavlik. Is Alex with us? If not, that concludes the witness list for House Bill 419. Is Chairman Clippinger with us?
I see Alex Pavlik, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Alex
I don't know if he heard you.
is here. I don't know why. Oh, yeah. There.
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself here. I was having some tech difficulties. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from Severna Park and the chair of the Future of Energy Initiative. I'm also a member of the board of the Maryland Clean Energy Center. A week ago Monday, Kathy asked the board to vote in favor of the testimony that she was to provide here today, and we did. It's a good bill. But at the time I asked Kathy, why does she have nuclear power listed as number 18 on her list of advanced clean energy technologies? Her answer to me was that the reason it's number 18 is because if she moved it up to number 1, it would upset the environmentalists and they wouldn't support the bill. Wow. I do not understand politics. I live in a rational world. I trust the science, run the numbers, and look for empirical evidence. So what does the evidence say about where Maryland should be investing? If you look around the world, the 8 largest clean grids in the world are dominated by nuclear and hydro. There's a list of these grids in my written testimony and a link to a graphic. Of those clean grids, both France and Ontario have successfully transitioned from high carbon to low carbon. Ontario, Canada began its journey in 2004. They replaced coal with nuclear, and today they have reliable electric power that is 94% carbon free. Maryland also began its journey in 2004 with the RPS, and we're now spending in 2020, we're spending millions to build wind turbines in Illinois and West Virginia. I do not understand why. My hope is that the Economic Matters Committee will amend the bill and to move nuclear power from number 18 to number 1. We need to continue to invest in nuclear safety. We need to invest to overcome first mover costs. Asia today is building nuclear plants at 1/3 the cost of the West. The reason is that they have a trained workforce, experienced project management, mature supply chains, and they don't make dumb mistakes. They have a mature nuclear industry. We do not. We need to overcome those first mover costs. We need to invest in new concepts. I'd like to see nuclear power for industrial parks, get rid of the containment buildings and large exclusion zones. We should also be investing in sustainable fuel cycles. The planet Earth has enough uranium and thorium to power civilization for thousands of years if we do it right. I encourage the Economic Matters Committee to amend the bill to move nuclear up on its list of advanced clean energy technology and then vote in favor of House Bill 419. Thank you very much, sir.
Any questions for Mr. Pavlik? Delegate Howard.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Pavlik for his testimony, something we've been talking about a lot down here, and I hope a lot of folks are listening. So thank you very much. Isn't that so?
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. That concludes the witness list for House Bill 419. I'd now like to go to House Bill 569. Is Delegate Clippinger with us, Chairman Clippinger?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to be here today to present House Bill 569 and virtually see all of my good friends from right upstairs in the Economic Matters Committee. House Bill 569, it makes basically one change in the law. It says that the net metering cap should be raised from 1,500 megawatts to 3,000 megawatts. Net metering, as this committee well knows, allows homeowners to export excess solar energy from their rooftop solar panels into the grid and receive a credit for such excess that they produce on cloudy days when they need to use electricity from the grid. It's also connected to the community solar program, which in the case there, the net metering allows families and businesses to receive a credit for their share of community solar generation from a community solar generator on their electric bills. And community solar, which is something that I've worked on quite a bit over time, allows families and businesses that can't install rooftop solar on their property to generate solar electricity in a different place and have it credited against their electric bill. 40 states have established net energy metering policies. 15 states don't set a cap on net metering. Over a decade ago, Maryland imposed the 1,500 megawatt cap on net metering, and the PSC has been reviewing and reporting on Maryland's net energy metering cap. More recently, we've seen incredible growth in solar energy production in Maryland, which is a great thing. In 2020, the PSC stated that Maryland had close to 900 megawatts in installed solar capacity. I think the fiscal note has it in around 850 on June 30th of last year. Maryland continues to ramp up its RPS requirements. And as the community solar pilot program continues to expand its capacity, Maryland will get closer to reaching that cap very quickly and perhaps in the next couple of years. In fact, in its recent 2020 report, the PSC recommended that the General Assembly begin to explore expanding the current net metering cap or alternative replacement policies. The Maryland Commission on Climate Change also noted in its 2020 report that increasing the net energy metering cap needs to be explored, as well as possibly exempting community solar and low-income households from the cap. So rather than waiting until we reach the cap and are forced to act, House Bill 569 seeks to proactively increase the cap from 1,500 megawatts to 3,000 megawatts right now. This will ensure the runway needed to meet our short and long-term climate objectives so that we can continue to promote clean, renewable solar energy here in Maryland and send an important signal to the market that we welcome solar energy development in the state of Maryland. And with that, I'm more than happy to take questions from my good friends in the Economic Matters Committee.
Well, Delegate Wilson isn't here, so you'll be fine. Any questions for the chairman? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to judiciary now. Thank you.
All right. Colby Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we come in support of this bill, and for several reasons, not just, I think you'll probably hear a lot of discussion on community solar, and because that's where community solar falls into this net metering projects and that are under 2 megawatts, but this is where all of the on-farm projects fall. Pretty much if you do a anaerobic digester project or any kind of poultry litter to waste project would fall into this. Same way with the smaller scale on-farm solar and wind. And so we see this as a concern, and we've seen this as a concern for quite a while as consumer or community solar starts to really ramp up and come on to play. It is really starting to cut into that 1,500 megawatt number. I think the last numbers that I have seen is we're at about 849 megawatts. So yeah, we're not at that threshold yet, but just last year it increased to 9% increase over 2019. And when you have 300 megawatts of community solar sitting in the pipeline, that 1,500 megawatts will be gone before you know it. And it really, by increasing this cap, it does show that there is a value. And if 3,000 megawatts is all we needed to go to meet our in-state carve-out, that would be one thing. But the in-state carve-out is roughly about 9,000 megawatts. So when we hit that net metering cap, that means everything is going to be forced to commercial solar to meet the in-state carve-out, which in turn, 90% of that's going to go on prime and productive farmland. So with that, we think we should have a more balanced, keep the small guy in the game. Raising this cap does that. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Ferguson? Seeing none. David Murray.
Thank you, Chairman Davis and members of the committee. My name is David Murray with the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We represent the solar industry here in Maryland, as well as DC and Virginia. As Chairman Clippinger noted, net metering is really critical to ensuring that all distributed solar generation, whether it's on your house, on a business, serving a farm, or community solar generation, is able to send energy to the grid and receive compensation for that. Given that community solar allows for people that rent or don't live in a home that could have solar, be it their roof needs repair or there's too much shading, they are able to take advantage of the cost-saving benefits of solar power by investing in a community solar array. So net metering is a really critical policy that supports solar deployment. 38 states in the District of Columbia have some form of net metering. And as the Public Service Commission noted last year in its most recent report on net metering, the General Assembly should really be taking a look at expanding the cap or examining alternatives. They estimate that we should reach this cap around 2024, which if you're developing a larger project, if you're investing in the community solar industry here in Maryland and you're looking at projects that have a longer development cycle, you really need that certainty in order to move forward with developing commercial, industrial, and community solar. And so with that, I strongly urge a favorable vote on this bill that will not only support solar access, but give the industry the long-term runway it needs in order to invest in community solar arrays in Maryland. Thank you so much.
Any questions for Mr. Murray? Seeing none. Jake Springer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jake Springer. I'm here today in favor of House Bill 569 on behalf of my company, Nexamp. Nexamp is a developer and long-term owner and operator of community solar projects here in Maryland, as well as other states across the Northeast. An active participant in the state's community solar pilot program since 2017. We have one operational project in Queen Anne's County, over half of which is dedicated to serving low to moderate income customers, and with several more projects under development. I would like to thank Delegate Clippinger for his leadership on this bill, as well as his leadership generally on with regard to the community solar program. As has been mentioned, net metering allows Maryland residents and businesses to invest in renewable energy, and it is the foundation of much of the growth in solar energy here in Maryland. But it's also the policy that enables the state's community solar program, which provides renters, low-income residents, and all others who cannot host their own solar system to experience the benefits and, importantly, the energy savings of investing in renewable energy. And for my company, it's one of the main policies that enables our continued investment in the state. With community solar beginning to hit its stride and other forms of solar growing continuously, in the coming years, we are going to reach the net metering cap. Maryland is on a clear path to a more equitable energy future, and now is not the time to turn away from the net metering policy. Raising the cap will ensure that all Marylanders have access to clean energy, whether that's through their own system or through community solar. So extending the cap now through HB 569 before we are on the verge of hitting it is a prudent step. A looming cap will almost certainly slow down the pace of solar development and thereby the achievement of the state's ambitious energy goals. Acting now will avoid a boom and bust as companies wait for policy action and are forced to slow down hiring, freeze supply chain purchases, and halt projects. Acting now will provide the long-term certainty that is essential to businesses like Nexamp that are investing in projects that take years to develop and who rely on policy certainty to make sustained investment here in Maryland. An extension of the cap is needed for us to continue to deploy projects with all the benefits that they provide the state and local communities, namely economic development, local tax revenue, and electricity savings to Maryland residents, especially low-income residents. And as a long-term owner and operator of our facilities, in addition to being a developer, Nexamp focuses our investment in projects and personnel in states where we see the greatest potential over the long term. And in Maryland, net metering is a key component of that outlook for us. And it keeps our investment dollars here in the state. So with that, I'd urge a favorable report on House Bill 569, and I thank you again for the opportunity to appear here today.
Any questions? If not, Leslie Elder.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of House Bill 569. I'm Leslie Elder, the Mid-Atlantic Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access. CCSA is a national coalition of businesses and nonprofits working together to implement best practices for community solar markets across the country. Today, nearly 75% of American households and businesses do not have access to solar because they either rent, live in multi-tenant buildings, or do not have roofs that are suitable for hosting a solar system. So community solar provides anyone who pays an electric bill equal access to the economic and environmental benefits of solar energy without the need to install a solar system on site. It expands solar for all by providing energy choice for customers and injects critical economic stimulus into local communities. In Maryland, this body has chosen community solar as the product to provide clean and renewable energy to low and moderate income families who are traditionally left out of this emerging economy. Now, CCSA is strongly in support of this legislation and proud to partner with the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association on this issue. And as an industry, our members are incredibly grateful for the leadership of Delegate Clippinger on community solar as well as this legislation. As Delegate Clippinger explained earlier, House Bill 569 raises the net metering cap from 1,500 megawatts to 3,000 megawatts in order to provide critical market certainty for renewable distributed generation. Enacting this legislation now will properly account for the current projects in the pipeline, provide room for growth, and will give the PSC ample opportunity to review, regulate, and implement expansion before the current net metering cap is reached. With this exciting expansion of community solar markets in the state, we're really excited that this is an opportunity to be able to expand this program, as you've heard multiple times before. So increasing the net metering cap will provide critical economic investments into Maryland and local municipalities through job creations, increased tax revenue, and critical cost savings to Maryland customers. This investment decreases the demand for importing dirty energy sources from neighboring states like Pennsylvania, and ultimately will lead Maryland to becoming an energy independent state. Thank you for your time, and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Valerie Connolly.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Valerie Conley, here on behalf of Choptank Electric Cooperative. We're here to oppose House Bill 569 today. We are the electric cooperative, member-owned electric cooperative on the Eastern Shore, providing electricity to the rural homes and businesses on the Eastern Shore. We have 1,100 customers currently who do use net metering accounts, and we are not able to completely recover the distribution cost associated with net metering. So we estimate about $1.6 million a year in lost distribution funds. We have looked at the bill, and we've also looked at where we are on the limit. We're only at just over 50% of the existing limit. In other states that have come up on the cap for net energy metering or come up on the limit, they have entered into a discussion looking at the entire net metering program. They've looked at the overall changes in the industry, the cost to other customers, and they've considered the need to rebalance the distribution equation. And so while we look forward to being part of the discussion as raising the limit moves forward, we don't think that we've had that full discussion yet. And so we would urge that this bill not move forward this year. Thank you very much.
All right, Charles Washington.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and members of the Economic Development Committee. My name is Charles Washington, here on behalf of BGE in respectful opposition to House Bill 569. We've heard quite a bit about community solar today, but I really must stress that this bill is not about community solar. It is certainly not about limited income customers. You've heard the testimony that Maryland is just halfway through the existing cap on net energy metering. And according to the Public Service Commission's most recent report, only 3% of that is made up of operational community solar projects. Now, even with that, I'll say that BGE has been consistent in our offer to partner on legislation to connect low-income customers to community solar. This bill is just not that bill. What this is about is net energy metering more generally, the great majority of which is rooftop solar on individual homes and commercial properties. And that's okay. We shouldn't shy away from it. But here's the thing. It's premature to make a drastic shift in Maryland's net energy metering policy. In the 14 years since the General Assembly established the cap, Maryland has just barely crossed over the halfway mark. And even at the current pace, it'll be years before the state reaches the cap. which gives Maryland a tremendous opportunity to really deliberate and prepare for what comes next. Each year, the General Assembly convenes, each year before the General Assembly convenes, the Maryland Public Service Commission is required to provide a status update on the program. This year, the General Assembly's report, the Public Service Commission's report to the General Assembly urged that the body examine alternative options in comparison with the traditional net metering policies to determine the best solutions available to the state. They go on to say that the commission does not view the 1,500 megawatt limit as a barrier to installation of new renewable generation. BGE completely agrees that now is the time to consider both net energy metering and alternative options. The commission offered more than a handful of options that should be considered, and at this point, the state has considered none of them fully. One thing that definitely deserves to be considered is the cross-subsidy issue that Val referenced in Choptank's testimony. Net energy metering allows customers who can afford the capital costs of mostly rooftop generation to avoid not only the cost of the generation, but also the cost of transmission and distribution charges. And those costs are subsidized in large part by non-participant customers who are disproportionately low-income customers less likely to benefit from the net energy metering subsidy. BGE respectfully suggests that now should be the start of a conversation. There's no urgency that the General Assembly act this year. We have time before we reach the cap to consider the best policies to support distributed generation going forward. For these reasons, BGE opposes House Bill 569 and respectfully requests an unfavorable committee report.
Any questions? If not, Tom Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tom Dennison with Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, here also in opposition of House Bill 569. I will not be redundant of what Ms. Connolly and Mr. Washington said, but SMECO shares the same concerns. Particularly, we share the concerns about the cross-subsidization that occurs with the current net metering program that is in place. SMECO has a very robust net metering program. We have over 6,000 of our customers who are using a net metered system. However, it does not go unnoticed that there is a loss of revenue for the co-op because of this net metering program. Those customers who have net metering and are rooftop solar customers, they avoid the transmission and distribution costs that Ms. Connolly mentioned and Mr. Washington mentioned, which are subsidized by those who don't have net metering. And we think that before we arbitrarily double the number of megawatt cap that we have currently in place, we should have a conversation with the utilities to do a full-scale investigation and examination of the current program, the costs associated with it, and determine what a suitable cap would be. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, SMECO is opposed to House Bill 569, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Dennison? Seeing none, that concludes the witness list for House Bill 569 for oral testimony. I'd now like to go to House Bill 584 and Delegate Watson, R. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and good evening, members of your committee. Delegate Watson from Legislative District 23B, here to testify on House Bill 584, another net energy metering bill. This bill is necessary given the current cap on the permissive size of aggregate net energy metering systems. An aggregate net metering system offers the means for an owner of a solar array to receive credit against its own energy bills. It is utilized by local jurisdictions throughout our state to increase the utility of renewable energy as well as save on the massive cost associated with energy bills. Net metering refers to the measurement of electricity on a basis that is net of used and produced by an eligible customer generator during a single billing period. It also is referred to as virtual net metering and allows certain utility customers to install solar array systems at one location to generate electricity to offset their electric usage at the end and at that and other locations within the same utility service territory. I won't go back into restating some of the things highlighted by Delegate Clippinger in his bill, but I do want to say that I represent the city of Bowie in Maryland. And in May 2012, the Maryland Smart Growth Subcabinet approved the city's Sustainable Community Action Plan. As a result of that and implementing that plan, we have on 2 phases of a solar array. The first phase is already in place. Our bill would increase the permissible size of an individual system from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts. It's so incredibly important for local jurisdictions to have access to a higher threshold so that it may get credit for energy it is storing against its utility bills. Our bill also hopes to limit the ability of the Public Service Commission to prevent a local government from constructing or operating multiple net metered solar energy generating facilities on separate lots owned by that local government without regard to whether or not those lots abut, simply because the capacity of the net metering system exceeds the limit. We know that revenue is a big problem for the state generally, and we know that climate change is an existential threat that's not going away anytime soon. This bill offers the opportunity to work our way towards solving both of these problems. It offers an opportunity for local jurisdictions to save money while incentivizing the use of renewable energy. And I urge this committee for a favorable vote on House Bill 584. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Alyssa Levin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Elissa Levan. I am the city attorney for the city of Bowie and an attorney in private practice in Maryland representing exclusively municipal governments. The city of Bowie requests a favorable report on House Bill 584 to expand the permissible size of individual net metered systems from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts, and to provide that the Public Service Commission won't refuse permission to use net energy metering for multiple municipally owned systems. And I emphasize that we're limiting that to municipally owned systems on separate lots for the sole reason that they collectively exceed the cap on an individual system. So this bill was made necessary by a case before the Public Service Commission in 2018 known as Blue Star, in which it denied a certificate of public necessity for a net metered system at Washington College. And the decision in that matter created uncertainty for some governmental entities that already had solar arrays under contract intended for net metering. And that includes a pair of arrays that is being constructed as we speak by Tesla for Bowie on property owned by the city. So our circumstances are distinguishable from those in the Blue Star case. However, from Tesla's perspective, it created unacceptable market uncertainty. And so after some back and forth, we reached an agreement that they would begin to construct one of the systems, which they are doing and we're moving along steadily with. And that the second one will be deferred pending clarification of the issues created by that case. So this bill that costs the state nothing encourages jurisdictions around the state to construct and use solar energy facilities. And that's good for the environment, good for public health, and allows Maryland local governments to save money, an important tool in the financial circumstances that we all find ourselves due to the pandemic and its impacts on the economy. We're going to need to achieve cost savings wherever possible in order to make up for large anticipated losses in property tax and other revenue. So this is a win-win way to do that. A similar but more ambitious bill was pursued in the 2019 session by the Montgomery County delegation. So one can easily see this is not merely the concern of a single jurisdiction. And I believe Montgomery County has submitted testimony in support of this bill. And as you have heard, there's currently another bill pending to increase the statewide cap on capacity that's subject to these individual allocations. I want to say something because in response to a point that BG made in response in its opposition to the prior bill, which was focused on individual residential rooftop systems. That's misleading because the classifications of eligible array owners is limited to agricultural, which is why you had the farm folks here on the last bill, institutional, nonprofit, and
Ms.
local
Levin, I'm
government.
going to have to ask you to bring your testimony to a close.
I will stop, and I apologize for going over, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ferguson, Colby Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we were in support of the last bill, and unfortunately, we're coming in opposition to this bill. Our limits go a little bit to this solar. As you all know, we have had great concern with the use of solar in Maryland, really consuming agricultural land. One thing we can't make more of in this world is more land, and so we have what we've got. We've got a fixed asset, and to meet these goals, it's going to go on agricultural land. Really, there's nothing in this bill that by increasing from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts, that this won't go on agricultural land, even in the land that is owned by a county or a municipality. There's a lot of open space money that's used to purchase parkland, and there's no reason why that land that's being farmed by farmers, because there's no parkland being used or no development of a park, that couldn't kick a farmer off and be put into a project. And when you would have the scope that this bill would do, which would allow a county or municipality to just take parcel after parcel that are adjacent to each other, put a 5 megawatt facility on each one of those, combine them together and circumvent the CPCN process, it could get out of control fairly quickly. I understand what the intent of what they're trying to go after. There are some opportunities to use some landfills, and some of those have multiple parcels, and it would be nice to use brownfields. And if this bill specifically outlined that this caveat would be for brownfields, we would not have any opposition to that at all. We're just worried about the consumption of our prime and productive farmland, and by increasing from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts, that more than doubles the size of a project and really starts to consume parcels of land across the state. So with that, I'll conclude, and we would respectfully oppose the bill as written. Thank you.
Any questions? If not, David Murray.
Thank you, members of the committee. David Murray here again on behalf of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We are informational on this bill. It has a variety of impacts on the solar industry. If the previous bill is passed out of the General Assembly, we strongly recommend a favorable vote on this bill. As the sponsors noted, this opens up the door for commercial, industrial, and municipal solar generation, and really allows for a lot of projects to move forward that otherwise would not be where this cap and co-location rules not permitted. At the same time, there's concern from a few of my members on the residential side that because these projects are so large, that further deployment of these projects might lead to a much more accelerated a meeting of the 1,500 megawatt cap. So that's where the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association membership is. And so we'd obviously recommend a favorable vote on this last bill, but would like members to take into account the concerns from different members of my industry on this particular bill, and want that stated for the record. Thank you.
Any questions? If not, that concludes the oral testimony for House Bill 584. I'd now like to go to Delegate Charkodian for House Bill 379.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, colleagues, it's good to be here. For the record, Delegate Lori Charkodian speaking on behalf of House Bill 379, asking for a favorable report. So as you all probably know, when we're looking at how we respond to climate change, there's several things we need to do: efficiency and conservation, clean up, electrify everything, and clean up the grid. So within efficiency and conservation, Maryland is actually considered a leader. We should be very proud of our Empower program. We've hit the benchmark of 2% energy efficiency every year for the last several years, and hopefully we'll continue and grow that. But when we look a little bit closer at equity within the Empower program, the inequity within who actually benefits directly. So everyone benefits from energy efficiency, but when we look at the specific homes that are getting the energy efficiency benefits, that inequity is unconscionable. Right now, we have a statewide improvement number of 0.2%. And when we break it out to low-income energy efficiency improvements, those numbers hover around 0.1%, 0.15%, sometimes as low as 0.04%. So what this bill does is it directs the Department of Housing and Community Development, which is the agency that is tasked with the low-income energy efficiency upgrades. It directs and puts accountability on DHCD that we have never had before. So the other upgrades are done by our utilities. They're held accountable. They're given the money that they lay out as needed to the PSC. DHCD has never been held accountable. They've never had targets. And so they're able to sort of limp along at these numbers. Good people doing the best that they can, but we don't have a structure in place that holds them accountable and that funds them sufficiently to really fully hit the low income targets that we need in the state. So let's talk about what we mean by that. What we're talking about when we do low income energy efficiency is not just equity in a climate context, but we're talking about weatherizing homes. We're talking about people's energy bills. The folks who struggle the most to pay their energy bills should be our priority in terms of our investment in things that are going to make them be able to save money on those energy bills. But here's the best part about it. When we make these investments, not only are we helping with energy bills, not only are we helping the entire planet by using less electricity, helping these individuals with their energy bills, but we're also helping with health and safety, because the health and safety improvements in these homes are often directly tied to the energy efficiency improvements in the homes. And so I shared a study with you by email. It's in your emails, and I'm happy to talk about it some more. But what this study found is if we can ramp up low-income energy efficiency in Maryland from where it is now, which is hovering around 0.1%, to 1% in 2026 as part of Empower, we get utility system benefits that save $127 million for everybody in the state. We get environmental benefits of $145 million, and we get non-energy benefits. This is the health and safety, helping people not to have to move so much from home to home, of 236 million. So the savings is massive. Now let's talk about how it's being funded. Right now, again, partly because we don't have a standard for our low-income energy efficiency program in the state, there is some Empower money that goes to low-income energy efficiency. So just to put this in context, roughly $250 million a year goes to Empower across the state. About 10% of that goes to low-income households in the low-income program. But there's also federal money that's available. There's 3 different federal funding sources specifically for weatherization, but there's other funding sources that if DHCD aligns and leverages, they can actually access different funding sources. For example, CDBG, that's available for some of the health and safety measures, combined with Empower, combined with Weatherization Assistance Program, could maximize the kind of energy efficiency outcomes that we could get in the state. And so what this bill does, first and foremost, is it sets a standard. It says in this state, we want efficiency, but we also want equity. And equity has to be part of our efficiency plan. Then it sets a standard for DHCD in terms of the goals we expect it to meet. And then it lays out a path. It says, here is all the different funding sources that are available. We're going to give you credit for the work that you do with all of those different funding sources. And we're going to ask you to leverage those funding sources and work with this intergovernmental, interagency group that's going to help you lay out a plan and work with those funding sources to achieve these goals. And we know that if we set this standard, if we lay out this path, if we require greater investment in the low-income energy efficiency, we can have these extraordinary savings in both individual, environmental, health, and overall savings to everyone in terms of the utility system overall. I'm happy to go into detail. I know that there's a lot of moving parts in that. This has been a complicated issue, which is why it hasn't been addressed. This issue has been in front of the Public Service Commission for 5 years and progress has not been made on it. And that's partly because there's all these moving parts. And so I really want to thank the Department of Housing and Community Development for spending a lot of time with me over the last year, trying to sort out what would we need to pull together for them to actually achieve this goal. I want to thank Green Healthy Homes Initiative, who you'll hear from, NRDC, other advocates, Office of People's Counsel, PSC. We've really spent a lot of time this year putting together what you have in front of you because we believe that this combination will let us hit the equity marks that we need to hit in the state. The one last thing that I want to say is with all of these people involved and with a rather technical bill, I did file it as a pre-file and a few issues sort of came together and came up in the last month and a half. And so you do have several amendments in front of you. They were also sent to you today, and I can walk through any of those individual amendments. We can streamline them all into one amendment for, when we're hopefully voting on this. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take questions.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question for the hearing. The rest we could probably do offline. But the question goes to the source of money and how it's used. So how is your bill contemplating the money being spent? Who is the landlord or the property owner that receives the benefits so they can make the improvements to the properties?
The technical details on it. So the DHCD manages it, and then they have the nonprofit organizations and the contractors that they contract through. I'm not sure if that's answering your question. You talking about the actual mechanism of like how a check gets written?
Well, my concern, and again, I don't want to take a lot of time
Sure.
committee here to do what you and I can do offline, but I think it's important to raise it publicly here. But is this need-based? Where you've got a property owner that certainly has plenty of money that could be replacing HVAC or windows or insulation, who knows and understands the program and goes and solicits the opportunity to access the funds? Or is this going to fall to property owners that perhaps really need the funding and it's the reason why they're not upkeeping the property? So you seem to be going after tenants, local housing, and so I'm concerned that your money, and it's a lot of money, may end up going to folks that could do these improvements without the government's help. So that's my question, and I'll leave it based on your answer.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's a fantastic question. I'm gonna. I will get back. We'll get back to you. But also, one of the folks who are coming after me, who are sort of in the day-to-day of this, may be able to answer that question as well. So when they're speaking, we'll see if we can get an answer from them. Thanks for that.
Anyone else? Delegate Walker.
I think Delegate Fisher was up ahead of me if he needs to.
Delegate Fisher.
Respect the badger.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm shocked that Delegate Walker yielded. That's really very nice of you, Delegate Walker. Thank you. I appreciate that. Delegate Charkoudian, on the last page of the bill, House Bill 379, it reads as follows: proceeds that are received by the fund from the merger of Alta Gas and Washington Gas Holdings approved by the Public Service Commission in the order made by the PSC. Actually, that's what's going to be funding this. But my understanding is that the proceeds from that merger were supposed to be used to expand natural gas lines to people that don't have access to natural gas. Can you please comment on that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So there are a couple of different funding sources that we're talking about here. There is, so in the report, you'll see that there's an estimate that the total program costs somewhere between 22 and 45 million in 2022, going all the way up to, when we hit the 1%, 78 million and 156 million in 2026. So some of that money, or all of that money, frankly, could come from Empower. But up until now, there's been some hesitancy within Empower, within DHCD, to ask for that money from Empower, and within Empower to give them that money. So some of that would come from there. Some of it would come from these various funding sources that I listed: Weatherization Assistance Program, CDBG, LIFE, MIHA, et cetera. But then in terms of looking at where there's a gap, I was looking in the CEF, which we were just talking about, for where is there funding that right now is going towards something that I believe is detrimental to our environmental goals in the state, that could be redirected to what I believe is good for the environment and for low-income customers. And this seemed like a useful source of funding. And so this
No,
is...
and I appreciate the answer, I guess, but I'm confused because the PSC, made that decision because they wanted more people. I mean, basically it was merger money, if you want to call it that. And the purpose of that fund, that money, that bucket of money, was to say, hey, look, you folks over here who don't have natural gas, we're going to use that money to be able to expand natural gas lines, because natural gas is without question cheaper. It is. It seems like it's a really bad policy to have a PSC whose purpose is to do these kinds of things, and they did it. And then we're trying to undo it here in the committee.
Yeah. So with all due respect to the Public Service Commission, we actually, the laws that we write supersede and direct them to set regulations and make decisions in the state. So we've had a lot of bills that are,
so no, I appreciate that. But since you brought that up, last year this bill came to the committee, and the Utilities Committee decided to not pass it. And then you circumvented the Utility Subcommittee and went and got a budget amendment to use some of this money. And as a result, a lot of planning for natural gas expansion for homes, for people that could get cheaper electricity bills by far, wasn't done last year during the pandemic because of what you did. And I just don't understand why, you can't work within the committee structure on these kinds of things. I mean, it just doesn't seem right.
Sure. Well, let me explain how the budget process works. So the way the budget process works is, in the committee structure, we have the ability to set policies that will affect the budget in a year hence, right? So last year, my bill set policies for 2023 and beyond, 2022 and beyond. But in order to access the funds in the 2022 budget, I needed to do that through the budget committee. And so what you saw last year is my bill addressed the bill that we didn't move because we ran out of time. We didn't actually get to consider in the subcommittee, addressed the 2022 and beyond. And then I looked at the amount that had been allocated within 2021, and I did that through the budget process. So that's sort of just how that.
And my last question, thank you. My last question, Delegate Charkoudian, is what is the principal way people power their homes in the wintertime, to heat them, I should say, in Tacoma Park?
Well, so there's wood
The
chips.
the answer is simple, because I don't want to play gotcha, right? The answer is natural gas.
Yeah.
And it just seems awfully disingenuous that you think it's okay for your people in Montgomery County to have natural gas, but everybody in Calvert County who doesn't have it, which is the entire county, wants it and can't get it because of your bill.
Well, Delegate Fisher, let me just be really clear for everybody about what this bill does and doesn't do. This bill does not cut anybody off of natural gas. It simply says that the state is subsidizing energy efficiency for low-income people, and it takes money that would subsidize natural gas for everybody, not just low-income people, to be clear. Second,
I mean, it's fair, and I know what you're trying to do.
I want to
okay?
explain what the bill does.
No, I read the bill.
Hold on,
I read
guys.
the bill.
We're getting very close to debating
I agree.
the bill.
I agree. I just want to say, I know what the bill does. I've read it clearly. I always do read them.
Okay,
And
I appreciate
and
that.
I appreciate
Except you're asking about how Tacoma Park people heat their homes, and they're all FYI trying to get off of natural gas, but that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about,
if they really wanted to do that, they could
Hold
do it
on,
tomorrow.
Delegate. Let's let Delegate Charkoudian finish her answer.
Thank you. So what this bill focuses on is making sure that we have equity within energy efficiency. And it looks at a number of areas where we could get funding for that. And this bill would support low-income people in Calvert County, in Montgomery County, and across the state to weatherize their homes, to use less energy and pay less on their bills. And one of the funding sources, one of several funding sources, is funds that the PSC set aside for natural gas expansion for wealthy people, for businesses, and for low-income people.
I'm sorry. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, and I appreciate that. Using the whole income inequality thing is not applicable in this particular situation because natural gas actually is significantly cheaper than all of the other energy sources by far. Your people have them in your district and my people do not. So if that's the case, then why haven't your people, who are all the rich people who have natural gas, as you just put it, why don't they disconnect from it tomorrow or today?
I guess I'm happy to have that conversation with you about how we're moving off of natural gas, but I think that that's a distraction from what this bill is about, which is about low-income energy efficiency. And I want to make sure that the committee has a chance to, the committee can consider a range of funding options for low-income energy efficiency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Delegate Charkoudian.
Stacy Hartwell.
Whoa, there,
I think Delegate Walker had a question.
I thought Delegate Walker didn't want to talk.
No, I yielded to Delegate Fisher. I don't know if that was the right thing to do or not in hindsight. But however, at a certain point, he asked a question I needed to have asked because I will say, I represent an area, my particular neighborhood, we have no natural gas and we want natural gas. And I was interested when you said you had a way to hold the agency accountable. And normally I was trying to get you to say a little bit more, how are you going to hold them accountable? I don't think giving them money to do this and then them not doing is not holding them accountable. Normally accountability has some type of penalty or fine, but I know we don't want to do that to a government agency. So what I'm trying to figure out is I'd like to hold them accountable for making it more accessible to increase how rapid they're working and getting an expansion of natural gas. You got it there, we don't. So I wonder, will this harm that in any way in terms of what Delegate Fisher was saying? I can't jeopardize affecting any roads we have towards getting natural gas down in southern Prince George's County.
So what this bill does is it holds the Department of Housing and Community Development accountable to a standard for increasing energy efficiency for low-income households. That's what this bill does.
I know. What's the accountability? Are we? I mean, you're holding them.
So the way
not,
that I think that Delegate Fisher is trying to successfully distract us from what the bill does. So I want to explain what the bill does. I want to explain what the bill does, and then we.
I got you. I don't want to try to.
Your question is about accountability?
Yeah, I'm saying so the accountability.
Hold on.
My question.
Hold on. All right, we're gonna do this way. We're gonna ask a question, then we're gonna let the other person speak until they stop talking, and then the next person can get back in again. We're starting to talk over each other. So let's ask a question and then to the full response, and then we go on to the next question. Delegate Walker.
Yes, sir, and that's fair enough. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Delegate Chark. Reading the bill, my question is, when you talk about accountability, I would say us having a hearing now, asking what are they doing in terms of bringing natural gas to these low-income users, that this is accountability. So normally I'm saying accountability normally has teeth to it. What are the teeth that that your bill would have?
Thank you, Delegate Walker. So what I'm trying to clarify is that the bill is not about bringing natural gas to low-income users. The bill is about energy efficiency for low-income users. That's what this bill is about. So whatever source of heating, fuel, electricity, whatever it is that they're using, this supports them to use less. It weatherizes their homes. It makes their homes more healthy and safe. And that's what this bill does. Now I want to answer your question about accountability because that's a really important question as well. The question about accountability is this. Right now, when we wrote, and it was before I got here, but when the Empower statute was written, what it said was our standard for the state, for the utilities, is that they all, for the general public, need to meet a goal of 2% improvement every year in energy efficiency. And so every few years, they have to go to the Public Service Commission and say, here's our plan on how we're going to reach that 2%. Here's how much money we think it's going to cost us. And the PSC says, yes, we're going to give you that much money out of the Empower money. And then they have to come back and show that they met those goals. So there's this process in front of the Public Service Commission that happens. When we wrote that legislation, we pulled out and said, okay, let's have DHCD do the low income piece of this because they also have access to these federal funds. They also have access to the WAP money, the MIHA money, the LIHEAP money. So let's give them the low income piece so they can get some of the Empower money, some of this federal money, some of these other funding sources, and they're responsible for the low income part. But when we wrote that legislation, we didn't put in any standards for low-income households. We just put in the overall standard. And so without any standard and without anyone to have to speak to and without any goals to have to meet, DHCD sort of does their best, I guess, every year. They ask for a certain amount. When I've asked the PSC, why doesn't DHCD get more? PSC has said, because they don't ask for more. So we don't have standards in the state. So it's not clear. I mean, to your point, of course, we could put standards in, we could put a law in, we could put accountability in, and still have an agency that doesn't follow through. But at this point, it's on us because we haven't put the standards in, we haven't put the system in place, and we haven't told them that they have to do it. So I'm saying that right now we have to start by saying, here's the standard for low-income energy efficiency. Here's all the pieces that come together. Here's the funding sources that we've identified for you. Pull them all together and make it work. Now, if in a few years they haven't met those goals, you and I might be here again saying, okay, we put this in place. Now what do we do for accountability? But we can't have accountability to something that we haven't established.
Okay, I got you. That makes more sense. I think so. When you say accountability, I think we've already got it, but I think we need to start off first and foremost by setting the goal. You call it accountability.
Exactly
we
right.
need to set the goal.
That's exactly right.
That's where the disagreement was in terms of ideology, but I think we're on the same thing. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Referee.
Thank you, Delegate Walker.
All right, sure.
Let's try Stacey Hartwell.
Good job, Lorik. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee and colleagues, greetings. I'm Stacey Hartwell, Environmental and Climate Justice Committee Chair for the NAACP Maryland State Conference, representing the environmental and climate equity interests of our members and BIPOC non-member residents of Maryland. I'm here today to urge this committee to give a favorable report on House Bill 379, Public Utilities, Low-Income Housing, Energy Performance Targets. We believe this bill will help create more equity in the delivery of energy efficiency programs for Black and Brown families in Maryland, particularly those with lesser financial means. It is well documented that Black and Brown households dedicate a higher percentage of household income towards energy costs compared to white families. A study for which the hyperlink was included in the testimony submitted conducted by Energy Efficiency for All and the American Council for an Energy Efficiency Economy, with inputs from the NAACP, found that Black households faced a 63% greater energy burden than white households nationally. Specifically, in Baltimore, the same study found that more than 36% of Black households in the city had more than double the energy burden of the city median, and more than 56% of all low-income households in Baltimore face energy burdens more than double the city median. These are troubling statistics in terms of fairness and racial justice. But these are more than mere statistics. These facts reflect the struggle to many minorities face as they juggle resources to pay for food, housing, medicine, and other vital needs. We know that energy efficiency can help lower energy bills for customers and help reduce these burdens. But to date, energy efficiency savings through Empower have been inadequate for the low-income housing sector in Maryland. Additionally, the COVID-19 pandemic has only made these issues worse. With virtual schooling and many families working from home, households are consuming even more energy, which leads to even higher bills than they ordinarily would have. Even before the pandemic, it would have been the right thing to do for Maryland to implement a statewide low-income energy savings goal. Certainly now, in the midst of a pandemic, with mounting needs, low-income Maryland residents would greatly benefit from the savings goals as outlined in House Bill 379. To help save energy, lower bills, and ensure that all families who are paying for a surcharge for Empower receive equitable benefits from its energy savings programs. We support House Bill 379 and urge the committee to pass this needed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartwell. Any questions for Ms. Hartwell? Delegate Howard? Your hand is up, Delegate Howard. I don't know if you intended it to be.
My question was for Delegate Charkoudian, actually, if that's okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So earlier you stated to Delegate Fisher that this bill looks for funding sources, but isn't the fact that in the fiscal note, it is already identified those funding sources and specifically outlined AltaGas settlement as one of those funding sources?
Yeah, yes.
So it does.
Yeah, this bill outlines multiple funding sources, yes.
Right, and the largest of that being AltaGas.
No, actually, that's not that. That's probably a small portion of
26.5 million.
Yeah, so over 5 years, that's about 5 million a year, where the costs that I outlined range from 45 million to 78 million. So the vast majority of it would be coming from the federal grants and the Empower money.
Okay. And again, any questions for Ms. Hartman before we move on? I'm sorry, Hartwell, I apologize. Okay, the next witness is Lucy LaFlame. Is Ms. LaFlame here?
I am.
Okay, you're on.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me be here to speak in support of this bill. I'm going to change what I plan on saying based on some of these lines of questioning. I think what we need to remember is how effective a performance goal can be. We've seen that happen within the Empower program for the last 10 years. It has driven massive amounts of savings, has benefited customer bills, which I will pull up some of those facts, but we know it works. We know that is what drives agencies and utilities to be efficient, to meet a goal. It works in 26 other states, but particularly in ours. Empower is one of the leading energy efficiency programs in the country. But as what has been pointed out by Delegate Charkoudian is that it's not equal. And by the NAACP right now, it's not all of Maryland is receiving those benefits. There are a number of reasons of why that is happening, including it's harder to do energy efficiency in the aging affordable housing stock of Maryland, but also because they don't have a goal themselves. The utilities are able to hit this or are obligated to hit a 2% savings goal every single year. The PSC holds them accountable to it. DHCD feeds a small portion of that 2% goal, a very, very, very small portion of that goal. They receive less than 10% of the funding that all of Empower allocates. The program, both to utilities and DHCD, it's about 10% is what they get. Whereas the population of Maryland, I believe it's 21% of Maryland would fall into the low income category and be eligible for DHCD's programs, but they're getting 10% of the funding. They're receiving 10% of the energy savings. And this is why, having going to Delegate Walker's question of how do we hold DHCD accountable? We hold them accountable by setting a goal that they have to meet. We also hold the PSC accountable for that. They are now obligated to make sure that DHG has the resources, has the funding coming out of Empower to reach that goal. And part of the reasons, again, which even PSC will say, is that DHG doesn't ask for more money because they don't need to feed that much of the 2% goal. What we hope will happen is that with having this goal, again, which is an incremental, because we have changed it, so it's a 0.4 over the next 3% or 3 years, the end of this cycle, is that will drive DHCD both to ask for more funding, for the PSC to give them more funding, and to improve coordination between all of the programs, both state and federal, that can help low-income people in Maryland to receive and save energy bills, to receive the benefits from Empower, and make our energy efficiency program a lot more equitable. And thank you. And I really think that now is the time for us to do it.
All right, thank you, Ms. LaFlame. Any questions for Ms. LaFlame? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Next is Vina Singla. Is Ms. Singla here?
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Vina Singla, and I'm a senior scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council, speaking in favor of House Bill 379 for 3 main reasons. So first, as we heard a little bit about already, energy efficiency can deliver a wealth of benefits for low-income households beyond just saving energy. So some of these benefits include healthier indoor conditions. So measures like improved building insulation keep homes at more consistent temperatures, warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer. And this reducing extreme temperatures indoors has important health benefits, such as reducing the frequency and severity of asthma attacks. Second, this bill contains important provisions to ensure that healthier insulation materials are used in energy efficiency upgrades. So as we're coming out of the current pandemic, it's really important that materials used for energy efficiency don't contain substances that can compromise health or increase COVID-19 risk factors, such as poor respiratory health. So this bill requires that insulation be free of respiratory sensitizing chemicals and formaldehyde, and that ensures that low-income homes are receiving the full benefit of healthy energy efficiency upgrades. Third and finally, studies consistently find that housing quality has significant impacts on a person's overall health. And energy efficiency and a healthier indoor environment are really important pieces of this better housing quality, especially now when many adults and children are spending much more time in the home with workplace and school closures. House Bill 379 will support healthier energy efficient homes for low-income Marylanders, and I urge a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Singla? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we'll move on to Jamal Lewis.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair. If it's okay, I think it might be appropriate for Ruth Ann Norton, who's our President and CEO, to go before me. Is that okay?
Sure. She was next on the list, so we'll just shift you. So Ms. Norton, you're muted still. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We'll do age before beauty and brains, and I'll go before Mr. Lewis. I want to thank the committee and thank Delegate Charkoudian. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative to support a bill that actually aims to meet the call to action set out by this legislature to improve the health, economic, and social outcomes for all Marylanders, especially our most vulnerable and our lowest income families. This bill allows us to create a smarter and more effective platform to better deliver Empower funds for a higher return on investment for residents, for communities, and for the state. At a time in COVID-19 where we are asking families to use housing as a shield for health, the ability to set a goal and a guideline and build a better platform to deliver much needed funds to our most vulnerable communities, we will be able to better address health and the ability for families to have better school attendance, better work attendance, and better stability. This is about energy efficiency and weatherization improvements, regardless of the source of energy, but it does help us to meet climate action goals. In a study that we did for the US Department of Housing and Urban Development, by doing measures that would be replicated here through the 0.4 goal to be met by 2023, we showed that we were able to reduce hospitalizations for asthma and respiratory related disease by 66%. We were able to improve tenancy and stability by lowering turnover rates from 36% a year in low-income communities to 6% a year. We were also able to improve school attendance with children and moving children who are chronically missing school because of asthma due to poor indoor air quality and weatherization issues by 62%, moving to perfect attendance, and an 88% improvement in workforce attendance. This is also about the ability to improve wealth retention and improve the ability for low-income families to have generational wealth transfer by having better value in their homes. By setting this goal, we know that we improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the delivery of funds for the government. We know that we improve the outcomes for health and for energy. And we know that we have a stronger and better way to attract aligned, graded, and coordinated resources to improve the moral condition of the housing condition, which should be a moral compass for all of us. I want to answer, if I may, Chair, the question that was posed by Delegate Adams. I know I'm out of time, but if I could proactively answer that question.
Sure.
Thank you. Delegate Adams, you asked about the direction of to the source of income. This is intended for low-income residents, both tenants and homeowner-occupied residents. It would allow owners of low-income housing to receive funding to improve their energy efficiency and housing condition. DHCD does have the ability to triage and set guidelines based on financial need and resources. So I think that we could work with DHCD to ensure that wealthy owners who otherwise could afford to do this would not be a priority in the receipt of funding. I'm happy to answer further questions on that or questions from the committee.
Okay. Why don't we take Mr. Lewis and then we'll have questions for both Ms. Norton and Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I won't repeat what has already been said. I want to thank Delegate Charkoudian for putting forth this really important bill. What I will emphasize is the way that the allocations of Empower are decided. So the Public Service Commission has the power to approve and or reject the proposals of the utilities and the Department of Housing and Community Development. And each of those entities submit a proposal, as was mentioned earlier, for how much funding that they would need going forward for the next 3 years of the cycle. As has been mentioned before, I just want to put some numbers to what has been mentioned. In 2019, which is the latest data that we have, of the total pot of projected resources for Empower, which was 299,558,879, the DHCD requested 20,108,867. And all of that was requested for the BGE territory and Potomac Edison territory. None of the other territories there was no request for resources for any of the other territories. The utilities for the residential portfolio received $131,326,084. That is significantly higher than what DHCD gets. Those are the forecasted budgets. What's actually spent is also reported in the 2019 report, which is the most recent that we have. DHCD actually spent more than what they requested, $25,431,357, which is more than the $20 million that they requested. The utilities used less than what they requested. They requested about 131 million and actually used 110 million. The utilities are reaching the goals that the legislature set out, but as has been shown, they are coming in way under budget. So as a part of this conversation, what we're hoping to do, I think with this bill, is to establish the 0.4% target, which would then incentivize DHCD to ask for more of those resources to more effectively and efficiently reach the low-income sector in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Norton or Mr. Lewis? Seeing none, thank you both for your testimony. Sophia Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Sophia Strickland, and I'm here as a student at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and a 5-year resident of Baltimore City in support of House Bill 379. House Bill 379 will put Maryland's energy and cost-saving priorities on the Marylanders who suffer the most from high energy burdens, which is low-income families. Low-income Marylanders face a disproportionate energy burden where they're paying a much higher percentage of their income to utility bills. Low-income households spend, on average, 13% of their household budget on energy costs, while non-low-income households spend only 2%. And very low-income households spend an average of 42% on energy costs, a number that's pretty difficult to believe if you're planning out your monthly budget. That number varies from county to county in Maryland, but it's pretty consistent that that percentage is higher for low-income families. In public health, we like to assess the health impacts of all policies, not just policies that have to do with going to the doctor or the hospital. And not being able to pay for adequate heating in the cold, being exposed to extreme temperatures, hot or cold, being exposed to harmful gases, to mold or dampness has serious long-term health effects that just cannot be ignored. People living with life support machines, for example, like dialysis or oxygen, are put in immediate danger if their energy supply is put at risk. Extreme hot or cold can trigger respiratory illnesses like asthma, which, as somebody mentioned before, is a risk factor for contracting COVID-19, for facing worse outcomes if you contract COVID-19 as well. And families may have to choose between a high utility cost and buying other things that they need, like food or healthcare or stuff like that. And weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades can mitigate these health and safety risks in people's houses, as well as saving energy and hopefully money on their utility bills. So I urge you to support House Bill 379 to not only save energy, but also support the health of Maryland's low-income families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Strickland? Seeing none, we have one more witness that wanted to offer oral testimony, actually for info, and Mr. Matthew Hargrove. Is Mr. Hargrove here?
Vice Chair,
Yes.
I think Mr. Hargrove was having some technical difficulties and was unable to join us today.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully he's also put in written testimony. And with that, I do see one question. Delegate Watson, I think you wanted to ask.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sponsor a question.
Yes, Delegate Charkoudian. I have been impressed by the testimony of your partners here, but I still think there is maybe we could make this clearer. Could you just boil down for us the sources of the proposed financing?
I can. And I'll start by saying part of the problem of not having DHCD responsible for a particular goal into which they're putting the budget together is that they have access to all of the detailed information. But I can tell you what I understand to be the possible sources. So right now, DHCD has at its disposal Empower. So this is the one we've talked about the most. This is where utilities are held accountable. So Empower is one of them. Then DHCD has federal money that comes from WAP, which is Weatherization Assistance Program, MIHA, which is the Multi-Family Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program, LIEP, which I might need some help with. It's another federal source. So that's a federal source. And then on top of it, what this bill does is it also requires that they leverage and coordinate funding such as CDBG, Home Investment Partnership Grant, lead hazard control on healthy homes, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Healthy Homes for Kids. So we've pulled together all of these federal and state funds that could all be coordinated. And we've also taken these funds, which right now are in the CEF, which the Public Service Commission designated for natural gas expansion, and we're moving it from natural gas expansion to low-income energy efficiency. So we're saying that with a combination of all of these funds, we expect the Department of Housing and Community Development to put the pieces together and hit these goals that we've put together.
So what I hear you saying, I think, is that you're raising the bar for the organization and you're setting standards, that there are multiple sources of income to help them meet these standards. And that the ultimate goal is equity in energy efficiency. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. I was surprised to hear your district categorized as I think the word was wealthy, but it was something along those lines, because I thought Tacoma Park had about 12 to 15% below the poverty line as compared to, say, for example, Calvert County, which is like 5% below the poverty line. Is that right?
That's correct about Tacoma Park, and then Long Branch, other parts of Silver Spring and White Oak have a good deal more folks below the poverty line. And in fact, we've had a gas explosion in one of our low-income neighborhoods, which is why our community is so concerned about natural gas. But this isn't about natural gas, but we do have a lot of people in my community who live below the poverty line. And my interest in this bill is both my constituents as well as those who live below the poverty line across the state. So thanks for asking about that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Howard, I see your hand is up.
Hey, just real quick, those funding sources that you mentioned, those are all federally available now through the Empower program, correct?
So many of them are federal.
Okay, I get that, but I mean, they're already being utilized, correct? In the Empower program. My point is that
no, well, that's not correct, but you can make your point if you want, or I could answer the question.
All right, let's let him make his point and we'll go back to you.
I think maybe based on the nature of the conversation, we should take it offline. But my simple question was going to be, that's great that we have all these funding sources that we can identify. But as far as the Alta Gas settlement is concerned, that was an agreed upon settlement. None of these other funding sources were an agreed upon settlement. That was an agreed upon settlement by the commission and by OPC. But since it's getting a little sharp, we'll take it offline. So thank you.
I'm happy to talk to you about that. I think OPC opposed that position, but the more important
thing, they ultimately agreed to it because it was multiple parties that had to agree to this settlement. I'll leave it there. We'll talk offline.
Let me just answer your question about, I think what we're trying to do.
All right, just briefly, because we've got several more bills with lots of witnesses.
Sure. I just want to clarify that if all the money that were there were sufficient, we wouldn't have the problem we have. So what we're trying to do with this bill, and the reason I spent so much time with DHCD and all of these people over the course of this period, trying to find how do we leverage as much of this money, and how do we bring in more money, and how do we bring in more Empower money, is because it still hasn't been enough, even though this money is there. So that's the idea. I just wanted to be clear.
So we're doubling down on Empower because they didn't meet their goal through hijacking the Alta Gas Fund, which was an agreed upon settlement by the commission and all parties involved. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
we could talk more offline, Alex.
All right, so clearly we will have further discussions on this bill, but that concludes the testimony on House Bill 379. I'd now like to move on to Delegate Lehrman, House Bill 397. I thought I saw her in the list of
I'm
participants.
here. I'm
Okay.
here. Hello, committee
Your turn.
members. Nice to see you all. I promise I don't think I have as many people testifying in support of this bill as the last one. So we'll try to keep it short. I mean, the digital bill I had last week, but it's a pleasure to be here. I have HB 397. This bill is the sort of, in my mind, the middle ground between what I brought last year, and what is the current status quo. So this bill would require this is all about protecting low-income customers who use energy assistance. So this is about both protecting our energy assistance dollars and ensuring that low-income customers who are using energy assistance dollars are using them in a way that is most efficient, which is a prudent use of resources for the state, I think, as well. So the bill requires the PSC to create a savings plan through an administrative process to vet and approve third-party energy supply offers to ensure that they're charging basically at or below the standard office service. Last year, you might remember, I brought a bill that said, nope, you just can't get, if you're on OHEP, if you're using energy assistance, you can't use third-party supply. Well, we had a great hearing, and what we decided was that it actually made a lot more sense to retain some choice for those customers, but to make sure that we were using our state tax dollars in an efficient way, or not tax dollars, but using state dollars in an efficient way by making sure that those rates that are being paid are at or below SOS. So this passed the Senate last year, and the Senate, or a bill substantially similar to this, not word for word, passed the Senate last year, and I'm excited to bring it to you in the House this year. So it basically tasks the PSC with creating this program. There are other states that have similar programs, and it says, we want to make sure that the PSC has enough time to do this and work with stakeholders. And so we have several amendments. They should be filed with my testimony as well as a reprint of the bill, because we worked with the PSC to make sure that we addressed some of what they were concerned about. And I think that we've done that. And yeah, it's really about making sure that those 380,000 Marylanders who qualify for assistance through OHEP, those are Marylanders who are at or below 175% of the federal poverty line. The average annual income of those households is $15,000. This is very low income. And currently, low-income households that receive energy assistance from OHEP, they can enroll in any retail supply. We are saying that we want to make sure that the retail supply that they're enrolling in is at or below SOS level, because otherwise it's just an inefficient use of government money. The state ends up paying an unnecessary premium, and the consumer isn't getting any added value from switching off SOS.
Ms. Carter? Ms. Carter, can you mute yourself, please?
I can't get the screen up. I'm not let in yet. Let me.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
It's either the buzzwords are unmute yourself or mute yourself, right?
I know. Words of 2021.
Yes, exactly. So, this legislation just ensures that our limited state energy assistance funds are truly helping Marylanders pay for their energy needs while ensuring that people have a choice. HB 397 really maximizes OHEP funds, protects low-income households from any sort of, exploitation, and it's really necessary to protect state resources. So I'm excited to bring this bill to you today, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Delegate Lehrman? Seeing none, we will move on to witnesses. Next, we have Cindy Carter. Is that who was just there?
It must have been. Oh, well, now she's gone.
Okay, well, I'll come back to her if she comes. Well, maybe she's there now. Miss Cindy Carter?
Yes.
All right, your turn.
I'm Cindy Carter, Executive Director of Cancer Support Foundation, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 397. This is a common sense and compassionate approach to making sure that those who are able to get on energy assistance grants get the full benefit of the program. Every year, state and federal grants are available for those who qualify for energy assistance. We have no issue with people having choice in the product that they buy. However, if somebody is going to buy a product that is a higher rate than normally would be, and they're getting federal and state grants, that to me makes less effectiveness of the grant system. Very easy example. The issue really is everyday higher rates on these accounts. A very easy example, 2 clients, the same amount of usage. One client has a $600 electric bill. They go to the energy assistance program and they get a $1,000 grant. That grant pays their bill, and it also makes sure that they have more money for the rest of the season. A second client with the exact same usage, because they're on a higher rate, have a bill of $1,000. They go to energy assistance and get a grant for $1,000, which pays their bill, but doesn't leave them anything extra for the rest of the season. This is a real challenge, and this happens every day. So I feel that fiscally responsible way to make best use of the grants, which are federal, state, and ratepayer money. Also a better use of the nonprofit funding, because for those who cannot still have a balance left on their bill, they go to a nonprofit, and then the nonprofits have to try to find funding to pay the bills. So I'm in favor of House Bill 397 to make sure there's more effective and fiscally responsible use of the state and federal funding. Once again, the issue really is everyday higher rates that are being charged in these accounts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Carter? All right, seeing none, we will move on to Rachel Neal. And Ms. Carter, I do need you to put mute on. Thank you. Rachel Neal.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am the Director of Community Services for GEDCO, a nonprofit in Baltimore City. I strongly support HB 397. Our CARES program, located in Govans, has a food pantry, a job search program, and an emergency financial assistance program. We are a fuel fund of Maryland partner agency, and we see utility bills of low-income BGE customers every day. I submitted written testimony where I spelled out the reasons I support this bill, and I agree with the reasons that Ms. Carter spelled out just now. And but today, I would like to tell you about one person whose story illustrates the problem and how this bill would solve it.
Well, I'd rather have
Louise came to CARES for help applying for OHEP benefits and for fuel fund. She's 84 years old and lives on her Social Security retirement. Looking at her gas and electric bill, we saw that she had 2 third-party suppliers, one for gas and one for electric. Her electric charges were slightly higher than BGE's standard offer rate, and her gas charges were more than twice what BGE was charging. What would have been $46 in gas charges was $95. Louise had not gone looking for an alternative energy provider and chosen this gas supplier. A salesman had come to her door and told her it would save her money. Instead, she ended up paying $49 extra per month for nothing, and OHEP was going to help her pay it. Louise is just one of hundreds of people we have seen in our small program who've been overcharged. HB 397 would stop abuses like this by requiring suppliers who sell to low-income households to meet or beat the utility prices. It's a simple solution. I urge you to support the bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Neal? All right, seeing none, Ms. Laurel Pelletier.
Hi, thanks. Hi, Chairman Davis, Madam Vice Chair Dumais, and members of the Economics Members Committee. I'm Laurel Pelletier, a co-author of the 2018 ABLE report, which laid out significant challenges for low-income families on deregulated supply. Since 2014, Maryland families have paid an extra $750 million to choose deregulated energy. Last year, this bill passed the Senate 32-9, yet the Guaranteed Savings Plan arrived in ECM just as the session closed down, which is unfortunate because during the pandemic, deregulated energy price gouging continued. HB 397 focuses on energy assistance families, and that's only 7% of retail customers. Because as the new PSC map reveals on page 17 of a report that I uploaded, it's a PSC report, energy supplier door-to-door sales folks hyper-focus on low-income and communities of color zip codes. And door-to-door is primarily where most suppliers get new enrollments. From October 2019 to October 2020, 18 Baltimore zip codes had at least 18 to 20 different suppliers knocking on their door. I volunteer 4 hours a week with Rachel at CARES. It's right in the middle of this whole situation in Baltimore City. And we've now looked at 110 OHEP BG&E bills. These are bills just in this target market that HB 397 would protect. And the average family paid $650 more per year. And the median age was 63. This extra $650 is hitting these BG&E bills because suppliers sell low and they bill high, even during the pandemic. Though Maryland still doesn't report the wasted OHEP dollars, just a conservative estimate is around $15 million is not going to utility bills to make them affordable, it's going to a supplier. If you're interested in what your constituents pay, check out energysupplierhelpdesk.org and check out the booklet that we dropped off to everybody. It was in a red envelope. It looks like this, and it's got a great op-ed from Delegate Lehrman. It's got some terrific markets prices. And also read the back of the booklet because it's the printer even had a story. So lastly, I just wanted to share that in deregulated states, all the other states, they actually have just banned third-party supply, and HB 397 allows for choice, and it protects very low-income families and also maximizes our energy assistance budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Peltier? I see no hands. Thank you, Ms. Peltier. Mr. Franz Snyderman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dumais, Chairman Davis, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. My name is Franz Schneiderman. I'm a consumer advocate and executive director of Consumer Auto, which works on safety and fairness for Maryland drivers, car buyers, but I've also worked in consumer advocacy in the state of Maryland for the last 10 years and followed a lot of these issues closely, including energy deregulation. Among other things, for some time, I sat in on a Public Service Commission work group that was meant to find ways to make energy choice program more consumer friendly and more comprehensible to consumers. And sitting in on these meetings, we were presented with a huge array of different offers from literally scores of different suppliers. And even as a person who follows these issues professionally, I couldn't get anything like a bottom line apples to apples comparison of the bottom line costs of these programs. So, I found it very confusing, and, there's just hasn't really been anything like adequate transparency in this choice process for it to work for consumers. So I wasn't surprised by the Able Foundation report that's now famous that found all kinds of people were overpaying for energy in this program on an enormous scale. But I was surprised by just how much people were overpaying, and obviously the $600 or so that low-income residents in the OHEP program are paying extra for energy in this program is a huge burden on the budgets of people who can ill afford that burden, and a burden on the state's programs that are meant to help people in that situation. I'd also note that a lot of the offers come with high termination fees, which makes it difficult for people to get out of price gouging contracts that they have gotten themselves into. One of the great things this bill does, I believe, is forbid termination fees like that, so people can get out of abusive and price gouging arrangements that they may have gotten themselves into without additional cost. Also, I'd note that there's going to be a real premium on the state's aid to people in having trouble paying their energy bills because there's a big hangover of energy debt. Bloomberg had a piece today about it, and the big burden this is going to be on state budgets and the economy going forward. So obviously, this bill makes sure the state's funds for that are used more efficiently as it helps low-income consumers. So I support HB 397. Hope you'll give it a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneiderman. Are there any questions for Mr. Schneiderman? I see no hands. Thank you for your testimony. And Dia Montgomery. Is Ms. Montgomery here? Not hearing anything, and I don't see her. I'll call her again in a moment. Ms. Bresnahan, you're next.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Dumais and Vice Chair Dumais and Chairman Davis. I'm here. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I am the Advocacy Director for AARP Maryland. We are very much in support of House Bill 397, and we thank Delegate Lehrman for putting this bill forward. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone said. I just wanted to hone in on a couple of points. You know, the average Social Security recipient receives between $1,100 and $1,400 per month. Once you deduct, you know, their housing, their food, it doesn't leave you with much. And that's equivalent, if you at the higher end, to about $16,000 a year. We thought in 1999 that deregulation would provide consumers with choices, spark competition, and save everyone money, or at least that's what we were told. I would also like you to just recall what Rachel and Laurel said, is that you will hear today that people are shopping. I will say that the people that we're talking about are not shopping. Folks are coming to their door and offering them a lower rate and offering them something. So
all right, Ms. Brown, can you mute yourself, please? Ms. Brown, can you go on mute? I mute you.
They're offering them a lower rate only for in a couple of months or 6 months or 18 months for it to go sometimes 2-3 times higher. They're not shopping. These folks are not shopping for electricity or gas. They're being approached. They're being approached at the Department of Social Services. We really, really ask the committee to look at this bill sharply and to protect low-income Marylanders. I've been to Rachel's Get-Go Cares. I've seen, you know, binders this thick when people come in their door. If they didn't have Laurel and Rachel and some of the other folks there to help them, these folks, in some cases, if they didn't have electric, they would be kicked out of their rentals. They would be moving from place to place or even be homeless. So we ask you for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bresnahan? Seeing none. Ms. Brown, I skipped you, but there's a lot of feedback with you. And did you submit written testimony? We may need to sort of go by that. Sorry, but thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. I'm going to try one more time. And Dia Montgomery. I do not see her listed in the room, but want to make sure I'm not missing her. Okay. And then next, Mr. Kress.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Retail Energy Supply Association and WGL Energy Services. We are signed up in opposition to the bill, but I would like to tell the committee that we've had some conversations with the sponsor and offered some suggested amendments, which I think will actually address the problem and do it in a very efficient way, and it would allow the General Assembly to implement some actions this year as opposed to 2023. Before I go into that, I do want to address these issues. There's always these allegations made when we're talking about shopping. So let me talk about the market quickly and tell you about how people enter into contracts. So you've heard this before. There is a, I don't know with Zoom, you can see it or not, but attached to my testimony is a contract summary. And in that contract summary, it goes with every contract that's entered into for a retail energy supplier. It gives the price, the terms, whether it's savings, the renewal terms, everything that you need to know is in a box on one page. And so consumers should be able to understand what sort of terms they're getting and what kind of contract they're entering into. So that's there for every consumer. I think the thing that fails us, and it's been a shortcoming for this marketplace, is there really hasn't been enough education. And we've talked about this in the past, and our amendments will address that. But let me give you some more context about the marketplace. 425,000 Marylanders are currently shopping. Last year, we had 25 filed complaints. 15 were found in favor of the ratepayer, and 10 were found in favor of the retail energy supplier. So these allegations of abuse to the citizens of Maryland, I contend are not supported by the data. You may have people who are entering into contracts that are not favorable to them in the long term, but you certainly have the ability to understand what sort of contract you're entering into. You have the ability to compare that to the SOS price. This committee 2 years ago passed legislation that established a new shopping website. And when you enter in your information, at the top of the website is your price to compare. And then listed below that are all the offers. And you can sort them by renewable, non-renewable. You can sort them to 12 months, 6 months, etc. And so it's all there. The missing link for many citizens is they're not informed about how to shop. And it's an easy solution. So with respect to addressing this issue, and let me just say my clients are in favor of addressing this issue. We would suggest that you eliminate termination fees. We suggested that to the sponsor. We suggest that you have OHEP, who has direct interaction with these customers, provide education, explain to them how they can go to SOS, explain to them how they can further shop for lower prices if they choose to. The issue we have with the legislation, and the issue I think the Public Service Commission has raised, is it sets up a very complicated process. So we have to file rates, they have to approve them, we have to track it through the utilities. And this, really the easy answer here is eliminate termination fees and do educational services. We would also suggest that the utilities do quarterly inserts that help the consumers understand how to shop. There's money actually at the Public Service Commission for educational programs. That was passed a couple of years ago. I see my time's up. I'd be happy to go into the amendments a little bit further, but it's a lot to address in 3 minutes.
Thank you. Delegate Valderrama has a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kreis. And I rarely ask questions, but I don't know how many also are in opposition. But you prefaced by saying you're in opposition, but had a in-depth conversation with the bill sponsor, and that, or okay, maybe not in-depth, but you had a conversation with the bill sponsor and that you had offered amendments. And before your testimony ended, you had suggestions. Were those your amendments? Or if not, I'd be interested in to know what they were. But in addition to that, I did not hear, and if you did, I apologize if I missed it. What is the PSC's position, if any?
Sure. Well, first, let me say that Delegate Learman was very generous with her time. We had a Zoom call that I think lasted about a half hour. And we indicated we want to address this issue. So when you're thinking about this procedurally, you have somebody who is looking for assistance. They're going to go to OHEP, and part of their documentation is their utility bill. And with that, OHEP has the ability to see what they're being charged, whether or not it's above SOS, and they can make recommendations. And that makes sense to us, and that being the primary point of contact. If you want to address this issue, go through OHEP and let them at least educate the customers and say, here are your options. The process that's in the bill requires us to file our rates with the commission, and it requires the commission to set up a procedure to adopt those rates. If you look at the fiscal note, it says they have to hire 2 people, and it's $177,000 in additional cost. And it just doesn't make any sense to us. And so we're happy to work with the sponsor to try to come up with an easier solution. I think the Public Service Commission would be interested in that. I did share my amendments, which were not in draft form, but paragraphs about how we would do this. And the Public Service Commission indicated to me that they were not opposed to the amendments and they'd be happy to work with us.
Can I just respond about the PSC's position? Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to ask Madam Vice Chair if I could get your position. So perfect.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you, Delegate Valderrama. So the PSC, so I think that what we've proposed here is, is a middle ground from what we brought in last year, and that it preserves choice, but makes sure that the PSC is fulfilling its obligation as, and working with the utilities and making sure. So one of the things that I want to point out as well is that OHEP doesn't know where the money goes right now. OHEP, if you go in to, get home energy assistance and you sign up, OHEP sends that check to the utility, and the utility then sends it to the retailer. So there's nothing, OHEP doesn't know who's on third-party retail service or not. And it's a pretty big deal. Like, maybe it's just the appropriator in me, but there's almost no other place in the state budget that I can think of that we just send money off somewhere and we don't know where it's going. So just one note. So that's addressed in our legislation because they have to work to know where the money is going. But the PSC we worked with to make sure that they were okay with the bill. I think they felt comfortable. I think I'm being honest when I say they feel comfortable with where it is. They put in a position, they put in a letter of information. How the bill went in, they were very concerned about its implementation dates. And then they were also concerned about, because they thought it was too aggressive, which I think they made good points. And they were also concerned about the last paragraph of the bill, which required a level of reporting that they didn't think they could do, it creating test cases. So we just took that out. So I enjoyed my conversation. I really appreciate Bill Kress coming and talking to me. My door is always open to anybody who wants to address situations, but I do think that this is a good approach, and I support the bill, with the amendments that you'll find in attached to my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, Mr. Kress, I'm looking at the IGS energy charge, that Exhibit 1, and I was just trying to get a sense of determining the price. And I look under renewal, it's the fourth box on renewal terms and price, and it sends me back up. It tells me to look in the term box above. Okay, I look in the term box above, and it says the term following the initial term. This agreement will automatically renew month to month thereafter at a monthly variable price as described in the renewal term. So would you help me out? I'm still trying to find out a price. Could you help me?
Delegate Brooks, I'd be happy to answer your question. I don't have that document sitting in front of me. I actually have WGL's contract terms in front of me, one of their boxes.
Oh, okay.
But I'd be happy to look at it and get back to you.
Okay, that'll be fine. Because I was just thinking that if it renews month to month, and if a person looks at the particular cost or compare it with the SOS and does not agree with that, could they not just terminate the contract at that time, or there's a
Sure. So the issue here, they can, if it's month to month, they can terminate at any time. The issue here is if you have consumers that are entering into contracts with termination fees, we understand that that's not appropriate in the case where OHEP is providing funds. And so what we're saying to this body and to the General Assembly is pass legislation to make those waived if there's OHEP dollars involved. And what we think the right point of contact is at OHEP. And I did listen to Delegate Learman's response about them not having the data. But the fact of the matter is, in order to get OHEP funds, you have to submit your utility bill. And if you submit your utility bill, it tells who the supplier is on the utility bill. So if you want to help folks as soon as possible, that is the place where you want to go. Setting up a process at the Public Service Commission really is overly complicated. And to Delegate Learman's point, there's a problem here, and is that we have four parties in this in this scenario, and none of them have all the data. Suppliers don't know who's on OHIP. OHIP doesn't know if their folks are on suppliers unless they're looking at the utility bill. The utility knows if they're getting credits, but that information isn't going to the suppliers. And so we have all of these issues. What I'm saying to the committee is, if you put this in subcommittee and bring the parties together, we can solve it, and we can do it in a way that we don't have to wait until 2023. So what I'm telling the committee is we're happy to work with you. I think there are simpler solutions, and we look forward to hopefully working through this in subcommittee.
Thank you.
I guess what you're saying, you think the problem could probably best be addressed at the beginning, at the initial point, as opposed to through a legislative process?
No. We can pass legislation. What I'm saying is the point to address it is when a consumer is going to OHIP looking for funds. That's the point of contact where you have a utility bill. You can see if there's a third-party supplier. You can see what the prices are. You can provide them with education and information on how to shop, or go to an SOS price.
I see.
So it's complicated because not all the parties have the data, but we can solve it in a much simpler way than setting up a 2-year process at the commission.
Yes. So just one additional point to that is that it doesn't solve the issue of OHEP dollars going to third-party suppliers with rates that are higher than SOS, because unless you're going to put in language saying that when that person on third-party suppliers goes to OHEP and shows them their third-party bill, they're going to have to terminate. They're going to have to get out of that. Those dollars are still going towards, towards a payment that is more than SOS. And so it doesn't entirely solve. Just saying, oh, you can get out of it doesn't actually solve that, making sure we're using state resources in the most efficient way problem.
Yeah, and we're happy to work on that issue. We're not saying that we can't come to terms with that. What we're saying is the Public Service Commission and this rate regulation process isn't the right process to solve it. So I think we can work on that issue, quite frankly, okay. Delegate Learman.
All right.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that may have been my question. I was trying to understand, Bill, were you suggesting that if the price was higher, that we would sort of write the contracts to say, if somebody gets assistance from OHEP, then they could break the contract if it turns out to be higher? It seems like you're saying when they get to OHEP, they would get educated, but if they're already in a 2-year contract that has them paying twice as much as they would on SOS, I don't understand how.
Sure, let me clarify for you. So Delegate Learman's bill provides that there is no early termination fees. We would agree to that. And so if there are no early termination fees, they could exit the contract.
That part I understand. I'm just trying to understand what would happen at OHEP. That's the part I don't understand in your proposal.
So I think it's the initial point of contact, right? They would be advised, you're able to break the contract. You can go to SOS. You can shop for third parties. Once they get the funds, the utilities would have that information. They could provide it to the suppliers. And then the suppliers could be on notice as to having to adhere to the terms of the legislation, whether it's at OSS or below. And frankly, we haven't talked about this, but this idea of comparing SOS to supplier prices is misguided. It should be the price to compare, which evens it out over the course of a year. But that's a more minor issue to address.
Sure. So you're suggesting that they would be able to break the contract at OHEP. That's where you would say that they would get out of the contract. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying as soon as they are approved for the funds, then they would be able to break the contract without termination fees.
And then what about like back payment? Because sometimes OHEP is paying arrearages. So you could potentially be paying arrearages then on some of the higher,
I don't think my clients would agree to making whole on arrearages. Again, they're entering into these contracts as a willing party.
Well, that's the concern, I think, right there. But I'm looking forward to working on it. I do think it has potential. I appreciate some of your suggestions, and I'm looking forward to working on it in subcommittee. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions. Apparently, Mr. Lapp is here for the Office of People's Counsel instead of Ms. Montgomery, and was having trouble getting in, so I'm going to let him testify now.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Sorry about the confusion. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Dumais, Chair Davis, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm David Lapp, Acting People's Counsel, here in support of HB 397. I wanted to emphasize the points that have already been made very briefly, that this bill is about preserving limited energy assistance dollars and maximizing the effectiveness of those dollars. The bill is narrowly tailored to meet those goals. It simply provides that retail supply offers must be approved by the PFC, with approvals based on the offers being at or below the utilities price. Two things that this bill is not about. It's not about the merits of retail competition. This bill would not prevent any Maryland residential customers from choosing their suppliers. As Delegate Learman stated, a number of states have taken this measure. Those states have retail competition. This bill is not about retail competition, but is simply smart fiscal policy for the state. The second thing that this bill is not about is violations of state consumer protection laws and violations of Public Service Commission regulations or consumer complaints. Mr. Kress, with all due respect, gave you some statistics that were misleading about the number of complaints that have been filed with the Public Service Commission. I believe they were based on very limited data from the PSC's website. I can tell you that our office, since 2019, has been involved in 6 significant supplier enforcement cases. All of those cases involve a combination of deceptive marketing practices, false and misleading statements, and failures to follow regulations regarding contract requirements. Those cases involve more than 400 consumer complaints that were filed with the PSC. And we think that number substantially understates the problem because many consumers are not filing complaints with the PSC. But this bill is not about the supplier complaints or the merits of retail competition. It's just about smart fiscal policy and getting the most out of OHEP taxpayer-funded energy assistance dollars. In response to some of the conversation that was just made, the bill calls for regulations and administrative process. That is not a complicated process. It's no more complicated than matters that the commission takes up every day. In fact, most matters are more complicated. It is not rate regulation. It is an approval process, and these details that were just discussed, I think, are best handled by the Public Service Commission in that process under the guidance of this legislation. I also wanted to respond to close about the comments made about consumer education. Consumer education is not an alternative to this bill. It would not prevent the ineffective use of taxpayer dollars that this bill is intended to address. The OPC is happy to work with the retail suppliers, with the Public Service Commission and other stakeholders on educating consumers, on making available the PSC's website. Quarterly inserts might be part of that. But those efforts should be aside from the passage of this legislation. With that, I want to urge the committee to issue a favorable report. I want to thank Delegate Learman for her efforts and for listening to our suggestions on the bill, as well as the Public Service Commission's suggestions. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Lapp? Seeing none, I believe that concludes the testimony on this bill. So we are finished with House Bill 397. Thank you all for being here to testify and tolerating the sort of trials and tribulations of the video world. But It was good hearing, and I'm sure this bill will go to subcommittee and we'll see what we can do to work it through. Next, we're going to move on to House Bill 467. Delegate Rogers.
Good afternoon of Chair Davis, Vice Chair DeMay, and colleagues on the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Delegate Mike Rogers, Legislative District 32. I respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 467. The bill would extend Tier 2 in Maryland's renewable energy portfolio standard indefinitely, which would allow hydroelectric power sources to be included once again as part of Maryland's portfolio. Tier 2 of the RPS expired at the end of 2020, which means that hydroelectric power sources are no longer eligible to apply for renewable energy credits. Reintroducing hydropower to the RPS preserves the participation of a low-cost resource. This has an insignificant cost to ratepayers and has been the portfolio, this has been in the portfolio for over 15 years. Hydroelectric power is considered a clean energy and does not produce carbon emissions. It should be noted that other states have incorporated Tier 2 into the RPS as a permanent fixture. With me today, I have Chris Ercole and Brett Leninger on behalf of Brookfield Renewable Partners to explain further the benefits of permanently extending Tier 2 in the RPS. I would also note that this bill passed out of finance yesterday unanimously, and I thank the committee for their consideration of House Bill 461. And I guess I should have said that was Senate Bill 316, which is the cross-file of House Bill 467. And I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Delegate Rogers? All right, we will move on to Brett Leninger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Brett Leininger on behalf of Brookfield Renewable, and thanks to Delegate Rogers for sponsoring the bill. We've been before you over the last couple of years working on maintaining hydro's presence within the RPS. The ask here today is very modest. Tier 2, if you look at the Exhibit 1 from the fiscal note, shows the difference in REC prices compared, if you compare Tier 1 non-solar to Tier 1 solar versus Tier 2, dramatic difference. The main reason for having hydro on the RPS is in dealing with the commercial and industrial sector. We have companies who have imposed 100% goals on themselves. When marketing to those companies for the RECs, it is tremendously helpful to be able to say that indeed Maryland does recognize hydro as a renewable portfolio, renewable energy for the RPS. With that, I'll leave my time to Chris Ercole, Director of Government Affairs and Policy at Brookfield.
Okay, Mr. Ercole. Ercole, I'm sorry, I'm sure I mispronounced it, but.
Better than most. Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Chris Ercole for Brookfield Renewable. I'd like to thank the committee for their help in the past, keeping hydropower in the state's RPS. So those resources can continue to contribute towards Maryland's renewable energy and carbon reduction goals. Just some background on Brookfield Renewable. We have a pretty substantial presence in the region. We have about 1,300 megawatts of renewable hydro resources. We have roughly 600 megawatts of wind and solar resources. Most of those solar resources are distributed resources. And we actually are going through the process of an acquisition of adding another 360 megawatts of solar to our portfolio. A large portion of that is actually sited in Maryland. To give you an idea of our presence in Maryland, we power about 60,000 Maryland homes. So we're a pure play renewable energy technology company. We take a practical, diversified approach to develop a resilient carbon-free grid. So every resource will be needed to meet the state's bold steps to address climate change. And so specifically on the extension of Tier 2, A couple of these points have been noted, but first of all, hydropower is renewable, and we believe it should be in the state's RPS program. Without this designation, as Brett has identified, these resources lose the ability to advertise themselves as renewable to Maryland customers, and we think that that's vitally important. Second, these resources are the most cost-effective way of meeting Maryland's clean energy targets. The fiscal note, as we've identified, shows negligible cost. And this is important because we think without action, these resources will be forced to export their environmental attributes to neighboring states. So Maryland will ultimately lose the ability to count these resources towards future renewable energy and carbon reduction goals. And as the RPS grows, we think this will significantly increase costs to Maryland ratepayers moving forward. In addition, as was noted, the RPS programs in the region include Tier 2 or include large-scale hydropower in their programs. And so without action, Maryland would be one of the exceptions. And then my last point is that as the energy portfolio continues to be more renewable or continues to grow and become more diversified and moves away from fossil generation, you'll need to rely on baseload renewable self-start facilities like hydropower to provide critical services. So we're talking about spinning reserves, frequency response, capacity service, black start capabilities. These are all components that baseload resources like hydropower provide. And so put another way, getting to 100% renewable is really hard to do without hydropower. And so with that, I thank the committee for allowing me to provide comments, and I welcome your questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Leininger or Mr. Urkeley? Delegate Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, is there any other hydro in the state outside of Conowingo Dam? I think that's only one, correct? And
Yep.
Say again?
Yes. So we actually own and operate.
So I'm just curious, is if we increase the percentage, at least that's the way, or indefinitely extend it, is there any positive impact to what's happening at Conowingo Dam, or is this going to subsidize, are Maryland ratepayers going to subsidize out-of-state companies? I guess.
Yeah. So first of all, as we've identified, this is a fiscal neutral bill, so it doesn't rely on a large subsidy like Tier 1 or the solar carve-out would. And so what we're asking for is just recognition to continue to participate in the RPS program.
Okay.
To answer your first question, though, we actually own and operate the 20 megawatt Deep Creek Lake facility in Western Maryland. We actually just we renewed our water quality permit and were granted another 10-year extension to operate that facility, and plan on investing significant money into upgrading that facility over the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you. With that, we will move. Mr. Wolf, are you here instead of Mr. Catkert?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're next.
All right. Hello, I'm Malcolm Wolf, President and CEO of the National Hydropower Association. It's a privilege to be before this committee again. I don't think I've had the opportunity to testify before the committee since the O'Malley administration. So it's a genuine pleasure to be back before the committee. I bring some historical perspective to this issue, and I just want to commend the committee for spearheading Maryland's efforts in renewables and the RPS bill. The committee has enacted the RPS bill and reenacted it and tweaked it in various forms over the last 15 years. It's been wildly successful. It's spurred lots of new wind and solar, created thousands of jobs, made Maryland a leader in decarbonization. And really the committee's vision and leadership deserves the credit for that. I'm here today wearing a different role, emphasizing that hydropower is is an essential part of any climate solution. The hydropower industry recently reached a joint statement with the river and conservation communities that recognized, and I want to quote, that hydropower is an important renewable energy resource both in terms of its baseload renewable generation, and its flexibility to integrate higher levels of wind and solar. NHA as a national association supports HB 467 because it's good for Maryland for 4 reasons: continuing the Tier 2 standard, expanding re-extending it for the Tier 2, allows carbon-free electricity to be eligible in the RPS. It helps retain the competitiveness of Maryland's existing hydro. Keeps Maryland open to new carbon-free generation opportunities.
Mr. Smith, you need to mute yourself. There we go.
There we go. It keeps Maryland open for new zero carbon generation opportunities, such as adding generation to existing non-power dams. All of this supports Maryland jobs and Maryland's tax base. So I thank Delegate Rogers for his leadership and urge a favorable reporting fee 467.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wolf? Delegate Crosby, your hand is still up. Is that for Mr. Wolf? Okay. All right. Any questions for Mr. Wolf? That's okay. All right. Seeing none. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dumais and members of Economic Matters Committee. David Murray here with the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. I want to thank Delegate Rogers for introducing this bill. As he noted, the Senate companion SB 316 was reported favorably out of Senate Finance yesterday afternoon. It was reported with an amendment from the solar industry that makes a very minor adjustment to the state's RPS. Like the original bill, it is fiscally neutral. In fact, the solar industry's amendment will actually save ratepayer dollars because we are, in response to the pandemic and other permitting challenges, we're actually reducing the near-term carve-out target set about in the ambitious solar carve-out in the Clean Energy Jobs Act, but we're still pushing that demand out towards some of the later years such that we still reach 14.5% solar energy by 2030. So our proposed amendment adjusts for the slow deployment of solar energy in the near term and make sure that we have the runway to catch up through 2030 with our 14.5% solar carve out by 2030. And as I mentioned earlier, the solar industry set a very ambitious target in the Clean Energy Jobs Act, especially in the near term. And our amendment simply reduces that a little bit and brings it up in those later years in order to ensure that we have time to catch up. And as a result, we end up with ratepayer savings in the near term and have a fiscally positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Murray? Seeing none, thank you. We're going to move to the opposition. Mike Ewald. Okay.
Hello, can you see me, hear me?
We can.
Okay, here we go. All right, so hi, thank you for having me on this bill. I'm speaking on behalf of the Energy Justice Network. We are opposed to this bill because it's a waste of ratepayer money. It does nothing to help the environment because basically we're talking about existing facilities that are not going anywhere. They have not made the case that somehow spending ratepayer money on this is going to keep existing dams going that would otherwise close down. Nor have they made the case that this is going to be enough money to enable them to finance facilities that would be built that would be new. So in other words, we would be wasting ratepayer money on facilities that are going nowhere, not expanding any kind of capacity, and just paying companies, larger utilities, for things that are already in their portfolio. Now, Tier 2 was initially set up to appease the trash incinerator and the hydroelectric dam industries early on, but was sunset to recognize that they're not really helpful, that they're not the types of things that we want to be prioritizing in Maryland. Wolf just testified that all of this supports Maryland jobs, yet I was just looking at the numbers on this and found that 2/3, exactly 66%, is out of state, going to dams in many other states outside of Maryland. And it's not the most environmentally friendly form of energy either. They block flowing water bodies, reducing oxygen flow, harming river ecologies. when I looked at a study in Pennsylvania where a small dam was removed on the Conestoga River. They researched it and found that before it was removed, the researcher found that there were 554 bugs, like microinvertebrates, in 16 families downstream of that dam. After the dam was removed, it jumped from 554 to 3,783 types of critters from 30 different families. And they attribute that to the oxygen flow that was increased when you don't have a dam blocking the water body. So we know this harms river ecologies. It's not an environmentally friendly form of power. We know it's not as dirty as other types of things like trash incineration and burning fossil fuels, but it's not the sort of thing that deserves continued subsidies in Maryland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Ewald?
Sure, Madam Speaker, Vice Chair.
Yes, Delegate Adams.
Thank you. I jumped in there quick.
That's okay.
You need baseload energy to make solar and wind and other less reliable forms of renewable energy viable, don't you?
I'm sorry.
I'm muting myself. That's actually true on some level, but it's been contested widely. There's actually a really good study of University of Delaware showing that the grid that we're sitting in can be powered solely on wind, solar, and energy storage by 2030 with 99.9% reliability with no government subsidies, cheaper than the status quo.
When you say batteries, you mean nickel,
said energy storage,
mining, and thus and such. So I'm not necessarily interested in having batteries to that degree, but the primary reason why I'm asking this is because the RPS is designed to be a dynamic standard, and for it to be dynamic and allow for solar and wind, not that I necessarily agree with the principle, but the idea is you have to have all forms of energy to let your solar panels in 2021, by the way, I'm not talking about 2040 as of right now. And so you have to have hydroelectric, I think. I mean, it's a critical part, and it should be desirable, and you shouldn't be opposing it. You should be saying, thank goodness it's there so I can do my thing with solar.
Sure. So if I can respond to that, first of all, what I said is that the hydroelectric is not going away. So we're not saying shut it down. We're saying that there's no need to continue subsidizing something that isn't going away anyway. We should be subsidizing the things that are where we're trying to go, not things that are already there that have been paid down decades ago. And we're looking at, I didn't say 2040, but that study said 2030. And the energy storage tactics that were looked at in that University of Delaware study were more than just batteries. They looked at 3 different types. So I'd encourage you to check out that study. Yes, there are issues with the materials for batteries. There are issues with materials for all sorts of things as well, including concrete that makes the dams.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Sure. Delegate Crosby? No. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Ewald? Sorry. Okay. Seeing none, then that actually concludes the testimony on House Bill 467. And we will move to our final bill for today, House Bill 332. Delegate Ivey. Is Delegate Ivey here? No.
Would you like for me to present this bill, Madam Vice Chair?
Probably not. Just my guess. All right, but I do understand he had a panel, so maybe we will start with his panel. And I had received a text from the chair that he has a panel: Jennifer Cruz, Leah Kelly, Greg Smith, and Carmera Thomas. And so we will take those 4 first, and if Delegate Ivey comes in, we'll pick up with him. So I'm sorry, I said Cruz. I apologize.
It's all good. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Kunze, and I'm the Maryland Program Manager with Clean Water Action, and I live in Baltimore City. And we are back here again to urge you to make a really common sense policy change to support real renewable energy development in Maryland. This is taking waste to energy and refuse derived fuel out of the renewable portfolio standard. The original RPS had trash incineration in the lesser tier 2 category, which, as we just heard, was designed to have phased out by now. And that was in recognition that trash incineration is not on par with solar, wind, and other actually renewable energy sources, and we don't need to continue subsidizing it forever. REC eligibility for incineration was supposed to have ended already, and this is the year to make that happen. In previous hearings about this issue, it's been said during opposition testimony that waste to energy is the only source in the RPS that you actually need because we need it to process waste, end quote. But, and I cannot say that this strongly enough, that is not the case. And it's also irrelevant to the actual contents of this bill. Maryland does not need trash incineration. If we did, then new incinerators would have been built for Frederick County, Carroll County, Prince George's County, and Baltimore City in the last 2 decades, and probably more counties if we actually needed it. But these communities decided they did not need incinerators to handle their waste. We'll hear today about great alternatives to trash incineration and landfilling, not because supporters of this bill believe this bill will shut Maryland's incinerators down. It won't. Maryland's incinerators operated for years without these subsidies before the RPS was even created. These points aren't truly about the bill at hand, even though they have to be said. But we have to note that these alternatives are better for the climate than both incineration and landfilling. And the climate is what the RPS program is really about. This bill is about a program to subsidize renewable energy. And the fact that trash incineration is a part of that when it's not renewable and when it pollutes our air is a big misuse of public funds. We'll hear today about the environmental and health impacts of incineration, not because this bill will end those, it won't, but because they illustrate just how dirty and non-renewable incineration really is. You have in your packet a report that documents the $32 million that went to polluting energy sources through the RPS in 2019 alone. What a lost opportunity when those dollars could have been going to create new jobs in actually renewable energy. Please don't allow this to continue and pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kunz. Delegate Ivey is here now, so I will let him speak and then we'll move on to the rest of the panel.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and to the members of the committee. My apologies on the delay, but luckily you were able to hear from Jennifer about House Bill 332, which of course is looking to reform the RPS that we have here in the state of Maryland, a program that came up in 2004, an effort to, quote, facilitate a gradual transition to renewable sources of energy, just reading from the appendix in the fiscal note here. And the important piece is to transition to renewable sources of energy. That's the goal of the RPS. And unfortunately, what we've seen is that large portions of the RPS has been directed towards dirty fuels, quite frankly. One of those is trash incineration. And so here we have House Bill 332, which does also complement a few other pieces of legislation, some of which you've heard today. Others have been talked about in the press, things of that nature, but all of them looking to reform the RPS. I know you've had a long hearing up until this point, but we do have a decision to make of whether or not we are going to allow for our state dollars to continue subsidizing things like trash incineration, et cetera. So I hope that you would move favorably on House Bill 332. I'm here for any questions. And again, my apologies for the tardiness.
Happens. I think we're going to run through your panel and then we'll get to questions. Sure. Leah Kelly. Is Ms. Kelly here?
Yes, right here.
Okay. Your turn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Leah Kelly and I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Integrity Project. Energy generated by burning trash is dirty, polluting energy. It is not clean and it is not renewable. Incinerators emit more air pollution per unit of energy generated than coal plants for many pollutants. As described in our written testimony, we compared pollution rates per unit of energy for Maryland's 2 trash incinerators to the 4 largest coal plants in the state using 2018 data. On average, the incinerators emitted 17 times more mercury per unit of energy and 5 times more nitrogen oxides. We ran this comparison because coal is the dirtiest of the fossil fuels, and our analysis shows how dirty incinerators are by comparison. However, coal plants are also on the way out. In 2018, there were 6 large coal plants operating in the state of Maryland. Of those, 2 have already retired their coal burning units. 1 is scheduled to do that this year, and the other 3 have announced that they will stop burning coal by 2027. Maryland's energy mix is shifting away from coal and becoming cleaner. This makes trash incinerators even dirtier by comparison. I also want to address the planned pollution control upgrades at the Wheelabrator incinerator pretty quickly because we expect the company to discuss this in their testimony. It is true that Wheelabrator has agreed to meet lower pollution limits under a settlement agreement with Baltimore City. However, the facility will still emit these pollutants in non-trivial amounts. Mercury in particular can be harmful even in very small amounts. Lastly, we expect the bill opponents to say that incinerators reduce methane from landfills. My organization completely agrees that landfill methane is harmful and has to be reduced. However, there are much better ways to do that than incinerating trash. The Maryland Department of the Environment started a rulemaking process in 2020 for establishing stronger regulations for limiting landfill methane. More importantly, organic waste must be sent to facilities for composting and anaerobic digestion. The EPA has found that these practices reduce methane by 95% when compared with landfilling. And trash incinerators themselves emit hundreds of thousands of tons of greenhouse gases each year. In summary, trash to energy incineration is often framed as clean because it supposedly avoids pollution from fossil fuel power plants and avoids methane emissions from landfills. In reality, it is a poor answer to both problems, and relying on it and holds us back from pursuing real solutions. Trash incineration should not be treated as renewable energy under Maryland's renewable portfolio standard. We respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Now we'll hear from Greg Smith. Mr. Smith. Maybe he stepped away. How about Ms. Carmera Thomas?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay,
great. My name is Carmera Thomas. I am the Baltimore Program Manager at the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. The Chesapeake Bay Foundation supports HB 332 to remove trash incineration, a polluting energy source, from the definition of Maryland's Tier 1 and from the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard to push for the development of clean energy sources. All Maryland residents deserve clean air, clean water, and a safe environment. The pollution caused by incineration has shown to increase the risk of poor health in people living near incinerators, as well as increase the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The reduction of greenhouse gases, especially nitrogen, is critical to cleaning up the Chesapeake Bay. The removal of incineration from the renewable portfolio will remove a major source of oxidized nitrogen and other greenhouse gases that drastically increase climate change impacts. Without greenhouse gas reductions, the EPA projects that warmer air temperatures and warmer waters will exacerbate the Bay's dead zones, increase storm events combined with higher sea levels that will affect Maryland residents, especially in low-lying areas and economically disadvantaged communities, and result in extreme costs for disaster adaptation. This bill will remove incineration from the RPS, recognizing that this fuel source is not environmentally clean. The bill will also change the definition and allow for development of clean energy sources. Removing the subsidy for polluting emissions from incineration is critical to reducing climate change and negative impacts on the Bay watershed. CBF urges a favorable report for HB 332. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas Wilhite. And Mr. Smith, are you here now?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had a little problem here. I'm having to testify from my phone. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and committee members. I'm Greg Smith. I live in Hyattsville, and I'm testifying on behalf of Community Research. I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report on House Bill 332 and to work for its passage by the House of Delegates. I thank and commend Delegate Ivy for introducing this important common sense legislation to remove burning trash and refuse-derived fuel from Maryland's RPS. And I thank and commend Chairman Davis for introducing House Bill 875 to remove burning paper mill residue, also known as black liquor, from the RPS. Together and alone, these two bills offer the Assembly a critical opportunity to clean up and to bring integrity, honesty, and common sense to Maryland's RPS. In 2017, burning trash accounted for roughly 75% of the carbon dioxide emissions generated by RPS sources, and burning black liquor accounted for roughly 20%. Removing these dirty, inefficient technologies from the RPS would deeply slash RPS-based emissions of carbon dioxide and a wide range of toxic air pollutants. It is essential to fulfilling the promise that the General Assembly made to the public when it created the RPS in 2004. And some of you, including Delegates Davis and DeMay, sponsored that legislation. The RPS can and should be a powerful tool for reducing air pollution, protecting public health, and fighting global warming. It can and should be a powerful tool for creating a sustainable economy, generating local jobs, and generating local revenues. And it can and should be a powerful tool for giving families, businesses, public schools, and others greater access to affordable, clean, renewable energy. Yet from its creation in 2004, the RPS has been contaminated with and has provided massive subsidies for trash incineration and other polluting technologies at the expense of Maryland ratepayers. And over the years, it has become more contaminated as the state has added dirty technologies and elevated trash incineration from Tier 2 to Tier 1. Now, Maryland has one of the dirtiest RPSs in the nation, and Maryland ratepayers have been forced to waste hundreds of millions of dollars subsidizing incineration and other dirty technologies. According to the Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, over the past 12 years, dirty energy has taken up an increasing portion of Maryland's Tier 1 RECs. Dirty technologies accounted for 33% of 2018 RECs and 40% of 2019 RECs. State energy providers paid over $32 million to buy RECs from these dirty sources in 2019, and they've wasted more than $200 million on them since 2008. And they've undoubtedly passed these costs on to ratepayers. In 2017, even though trash incineration represented just 8% of RECs sold that year, it accounted for 75% of carbon emissions from RPS sources. Because megawatt per megawatt, the Montgomery County and Bresco incinerators generate more than twice as much CO2 as does burning coal. And for every ton of trash that they burn, they generate substantially more than 1 ton of carbon dioxide. Incineration is also the most expensive way to generate electricity. It's more expensive than wind, solar, geothermal, hydroelectric, coal, gas, and nuclear energy. And that's according to a report published by the U.S. Department of Energy, which examined the capital and operating costs of more than 24 ways to generate electricity.
Mr. Smith, your time is up. Can you wrap your testimony up?
Well, others have covered the other points I would testify to, so I would just reiterate that incineration is not necessary to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, methane emissions from landfills. Leah Kelly testified on that point. Others may as well. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Questions for Delegate Ivy or any member of his panel? All right, seeing none, we will move on. We have quite a few number of witnesses, and I would just ask the witnesses to try not to be repetitive and certainly address the issue as you see from a particular organization or constituency. First, we have Mr. Ellis Burris.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. My name is Ellis Burris. I live in Brunswick, Maryland, and I apologize for that strange background. I'm not broadcasting from orbit, but I don't know how to change it.
Yes, okay.
I really like the renewable portfolio standard, and I think it really helps promote renewable energy sources. But like many complex processes, it does need to be fine-tuned as it goes along. Waste to energy incineration is not an example of renewable energy and should not be awarded RECs. That's because a very large portion of the energy derived from incineration and waste to energy is burning plastics, which are derived from fossil petroleum. According to the EPA, the total amount of plastics combusted in 2018 in municipal solid waste was 16.3% of all MSW combusted with energy recovery that year. Now, while plastic is under 17% by weight, it contributes a far greater percentage of energy to waste energy incineration because, and this is a quote from the Society of Plastics Engineers, quote, plastics can supply more than 15,000 BTUs per pound. That's more energy per pound than any type of coal, end quote. And the percentage of plastics in our municipal solid waste is increasing. I mean, think of what we think of as clothing, rayon, nylon, all of the polyesters are plastics. 2/3 of what we think of as rubber is actually plastic. Think about all the medical PPE, the masks, the gowns, and so on. They're plastic, along with thousands of other daily use items that are derived from fossil petroleum. Plastics are no different from coal. They're both fossil fuels, non-renewable. Here's the question. If a power plant was getting a large portion of its energy from burning coal, should it be rewarded renewable energy credits? I don't think it should. Waste energy incinerators are largely fueled by non-renewable fossil fuels. They should not be part of the RPS. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Burris? Seeing none, Adam Ortiz. I thought I saw him earlier. Mr. Ortiz?
Right over here.
There
He's
you
in
go.
here, Mrs.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Hello, Madam Chair. Great to see you, members of the committee. Pleasure to be with you here this afternoon. I'm Adam Ortiz. I'm the Director of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection, asking for a favorable report on House Bill 332. The RPS was set up to encourage clean sources of energy, primarily solar and wind. And according to various studies, more than half of all the renewable energy generated in the United States since 2000 can be attributed to these standards. Now, waste to energy is renewable, but of course, in a very narrow sense of the word. It's renewable because there's a seemingly endless flow of garbage as a source fuel, but it is certainly not a clean source. And therefore, it is contradictory to the goals of the RPS. Although this is perceived as a side benefit, the primary function of waste to energy is really as a solid waste management method that just happens to generate electricity as a byproduct. But including waste energy in Tier 1 resource under the RPS could potentially displace, and this is important, Madam Chair, the development of new renewable sources like solar and wind, which we all agree should be a much higher priority. And by removing waste to energy, there's clearly a financial impact for some stakeholders, and some of them we'll hear from shortly. And one of them is Montgomery County. We have an average of about $2.5 million each year in renewable energy credits that we will lose under this. However, it's important that we practice what we preach in promoting clean energy in Maryland with the tools that we have available. The long-term value to a corrected RPS in promoting more solar and wind generation is by far the priority here, if we have any hope of meeting our ambitious state and local climate goals. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak to you all today, and look forward to any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Delegate Jargoudian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Ortiz, for joining us today. I just want to make sure that everybody heard, and that I heard, I think I did, that everyone heard what you said. So Montgomery County at this point is the recipient of the funds for the RECs that are sold in the county. Is that right? And you're on mute.
You're muted, Mr. Ortiz.
It's we have a service agreement with Covanta, but yes, it's paid for by the taxpayers of Montgomery County.
So you're saying that you think it would be preferable to not have those funds than to have that money displacing solar and wind and real clean energy that those funds could be going to? Is that Montgomery County's position?
Yes, thank you, Delegate. And actually in our budget proposal this year and last year with the bill, we've actually budgeted on losing the benefit of this renewable energy credit because we just think it's the right thing to do.
Okay, and have you talked to Covanta? Because I've noticed that they're here opposing the bill.
Yeah, thank you. Covanta is certainly aware of our position, and we have spoken to them, but they're a private company, and they have the right to express their own opinion, but it's clear that Montgomery County and County Executive Ehrlich support 332.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you being here and the county's consistency and integrity on this.
You bet.
Any other questions for Mr. Ortiz? All right, seeing none. Daryl Carrington.
I think that's me, Dr. Gwen Du Bois.
Okay.
If I get kicked off, give me 10 seconds, I'll get back on. Unstable computer. My name is Dr. Gwen Du Bois. I'm president of Chesapeake Physician for Social Responsibility. CPSR is a statewide organization that supports evidence-based, environmentally just public policy. We support HB 332 because of the dangerous health effects caused by pollutants from burning municipal waste. I will speak about 4: mercury, dioxin, nitrogen dioxide, and inhalable particulate matter, herein called PM 2.5. Exposure to small amounts of mercury are dangerous to the developing brain in utero and in young children. The World Health Organization has listed mercury as one of the 10 worst chemicals because of public health risks. Effects from prenatal exposure include impairment in cognition, thinking, memory, attention, and language. There are advisories that limit kinds of fish and number of servings for pregnant women and children because of mercury levels. Another very vulnerable group are the extended families of subsistence fishermen and women who fish around the harbors and supplement their diets. A study from the DC area suggests that the sharing of fish was related to food insecurity. Dioxin is created in the incinerator smokestack as one of the most notorious families of toxic substances. It has been designated by the World Health Organization as a known human carcinogen. It is considered one of the dirty dozen persistent organic pollutants because of its long half-life. It accumulates in the environment, gets concentrated up the food chain where we are on top. And as we eat meat, fish, and dairy products. In addition to cancer, it is linked to diseases, immune, endocrine, nervous, and reproductive systems. Once the 5th largest stationary source of nitrogen oxide emissions in the state, an agreement with Baltimore will reduce current levels, but not far enough. Nitrogen dioxide is a component of ozone pollution, which is linked to an increased risk of developing asthma in children who play outside. Nitrogen dioxide, ozone, and PM 2.5 pollution are all associated with increase in emergency room visits and hospitalization, especially for asthmatics. This is important in Baltimore, where we have twice the emergency room and hospitalization rate for asthma as the state. Incineration is an important source of PM 2.5, and there is no safe level. Hundreds of articles have established an association between PM 2.5 and poor health outcomes, including asthma, ischemic heart disease, lung cancer, and increased mortality, especially in Black and Medicaid populations, raising the issue of environmental injustice. These very small particles combine with carcinogenic chemicals and heavy metals and deliver them once inhaled deep into our lungs and cross into the bloodstream. A recent report estimated direct and indirect health costs to Marylanders from this one pollutant emitted from Bresco in 1 year at $22 million. Studies have now found a positive association between PM 2.5 levels and mortality from COVID-19. Though controls reduce pollutants in the air, they concentrate them in toxic fly ash, exposing workers and residents to fugitive emissions and diesel fumes from the trucks that haul the ash away. We should be working toward minimizing the waste by composting food scraps, recycling, reusing, rethinking what we throw out. Good public policy means removing financial incentives for activities that are bad for public health. Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility supports HB 332. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Dr. Du Bois? Seeing none, next on my list, Emily Ransom. Thanks, Ms. Ransom.
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Okay.
Hi, I am Emily Ranson. I have also been dealing with unstable internet all day, so hopefully nothing goes awry. I am Emily Ranson, the Maryland Director for Clean Water Action, and thank you for yet again listening to this important issue. I want to continually highlight throughout all of the testimony that you are hearing is that Maryland ratepayers are currently purchasing a service that they are not receiving. When we are subsidizing trash incineration and buying these renewable energy credits from them, we are paying for renewable energy that's supposed to be decarbonizing our grid, but what we are getting is very carbon intensive, very polluting energy. And so this is why the inclusion of waste to energy, the inclusion of this trash incineration has been continually subverting the goals of the renewable portfolio standard. And we've had this standard for many years. It's time to go back, look at the energy sources, and clean it up and make sure that it is actually getting us to the goals that we as Marylanders have been paying for all of these years. And so Clean Water Action wholeheartedly supports House Bill 332, and we urge a favorable report. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ranson. Any questions for Ms. Ranson? Seeing none, we will move on to, and I am going to murder this name, Sukhara Balachandran. I told you I was going to murder it, but he's Miss.
Thank you. I'm Suchitra.
Okay, good. So sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I always know when people hesitate that is my turn. So it's a good cue. Vice Chair Dumais, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Suchitra Balachandran. I'm on the board of Our Revolution Maryland, and I'm speaking on behalf of our organization. Incentives and subsidies for incineration of trash make no economic sense, and they make no environmental sense, particularly when the goal is to address climate change. It makes no economic sense because trash is a marketable commodity. Why would you burn something that you can make money on? In 2017, when Prince George's County conducted its first waste analysis, we calculated the market values of the recyclables that were being landfilled in the county. And annually, it was $12.5 million. And the market value of the compost from the compostable waste that was being landfilled was an additional $2.5 million. So that's $15 million a year. And the waste composition is not very different from county to county. So you can you can figure out the amount of waste that is being misused or not taken back to market because we are either landfilling it or incinerating it. And in order to derive this market value, we must incentivize the collection of clean, sorted, marketable materials, beginning with compostable materials to prevent the generation of methane and create compost. So incentivizing and subsidizing trash incineration as a climate change energy policy is a travesty. Trash is not a renewable resource. I know it seems like it does because we seem to keep generating an unending quantity of trash. And it seems like sunlight and wind, the way it keeps coming, but it's not. It's neither sunlight nor is it wind. Producing the raw materials that we throw away in our trash requires mining and a variety of harvesting and manufacturing techniques, all of which require energy. Our planet is finite, our resources are finite, and therefore trash is not renewable. And repeatedly producing the same products and dumping them into our trash is one component of climate change, as you heard earlier in your right to repair and extended producer responsibility bills. Not only does burning trash not address climate change, it simply exacerbates climate change. And burning trash and calling it renewable and making ratepayers fork out additional money for it is fraud. And we in Maryland have been perpetrating this fraud for over a decade. We have, according to the peer report, the Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility report that just came out a few days ago, we have paid $54 million over the last 10 years to buy trash incineration RECs, and the ratepayers are subsidizing by $100 million in higher electricity bills to buy RECs annually. And this has not resulted in producing clean energy jobs in Maryland. Why? Because our RPS is dirty. So if we simply clean up our RPS and took away all the dirty sources, the money that we would get would flow towards clean energy sources and create clean energy jobs in Maryland. The speaker has publicly signaled that black liquor should be removed from the RPS. Trash incineration should follow the same path as should biomass, and the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Balachandran? I'm so sorry, I still murdered it, but any questions for this witness? Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we will move on. Mr. Mike Ewell.
Okay, thanks again for having me. Mike Ewell with Energy Justice Network. Thank you to Delegates Davis, Ivey, and the committee for hearing this bill. Energy Justice Network is a national organization with a heavy focus in Maryland. Because trash incinerators, as we've found in our research, are the most expensive and polluting way to manage waste or to make energy, dirtier than coal plants, worse than direct landfilling, we've had a strong focus on addressing this dirty industry. We support members and member groups in Prince George's County and Frederick County that have stopped incinerator threats in these counties. other members in Ocean City and Montgomery County that are working to end their current use of incineration, and have longstanding work going on in Baltimore to end incineration there, which nearly closed down Wheelbrader and also a medical waste incinerator in September, if not for a bad court decision that got in our way. But so far has resulted in the Wheelbrader facility having to come up to modern standards 3 years from now for 3 pollutants and halfway to modern standards for 3 more. This will lower emissions and save lives, as we organizationally are still working to close that facility down, even though we acknowledge that this bill would not close them down, it would just take away the credits. We see that there are 3 trash incinerators that are getting benefits from this, 2 in the state, Montgomery County, Wheelbrader in Baltimore, but also the very large facility, 3rd largest in the country in Fairfax County, Virginia, also a Covanta facility. And these facilities are getting their owners, so one of them is county owned, is Montgomery County, but their owners are getting $2 to $7 million a year in the subsidies that ought to be going to wind and solar. In studying this, we found that they're the largest air polluters in each of their jurisdictions. Wheelbrader is the largest air polluter in all Baltimore City and County. The incinerator in Dickerson is the largest air polluter in Montgomery County, and the one in Covanta Fairfax is not just the largest in Fairfax County, but in the greater DC region. Now, Covanta is here, and they'll be hearing from them soon, mainly to defend their subsidies for their incinerator in Virginia, because the one in Maryland actually goes to Montgomery County, but they have a much bigger facility that's getting subsidies that's not even in the state. Each of these plants is a case of environmental racism as well, 2 of them sitting in communities of color, and the 3rd, Montgomery County, not in a community color, but having their ash exclusively being dumped on majority Black communities in Virginia. So you can't escape the fact that this industry has an environmental racism problem, even in that kind of situation. Now, we would urge that the committee also look at stopping subsidies to landfills as well. For the amount of subsidies that are going to incineration, about half that amount is also going to landfills, 98% of which are out of state. And there are 51 of them, 45 are out-of-state landfills in Illinois, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Virginia that don't deserve subsidies. So if we're not going to subsidize incinerators, let's cut the landfills out as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Ewell? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Shoshonda Campbell.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Shoshonda Campbell. I'm here with the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. We have been, for a long time, residents have been fighting back against this racist and equitable system called the trash burning incinerator named Bresco Wheelbrader. It has been the #1 polluter here in Baltimore City. It has been, spitting out a lot of toxins such as mercury and lead and many others that cause asthma and other respiratory illnesses. We have seen this in our communities, asthma being prevalent in the youth and all of the members of our community. And so we have been fighting back against these systems and fighting for zero waste systems that advance recycling, composting, and redesigning of products and reuse. And right now, all of those things that can be fed into that market is being burnt at this incinerator. And that is not okay because this incinerator is essentially killing residents by polluting this air at the level that it is and being the #1 air polluter. And it is appalling to know that at any time that these funds would be going to them as renewable energy, like wind or solar, when there is no way that they're the same. This incinerator is not clean energy. It is very dirty and is very toxic. And there is no way that it should be funded in this way. The fund should be going to create more jobs in actual renewable energy, like wind or solar in those developments, which is not, because it's going to this dirty machinery that is essentially burning all of our natural precious resources that we do not need to be doing. We need to be advancing zero waste in a real way. And calling for those products to go into a different market and not be using taxpayers' money on any of this to be funding this dirty machinery, because this is not what we want as residents. And so it needs to be taken out because it is not okay. And it is an environmental racist system. It sits in the low income communities and communities of color, as stated by Mike Ewell earlier. And it is not a system that we in any way should be indulging in giving subsidies, because it does not deserve it. And that is why we have been doing a lot as residents to make sure that it stopped getting those credits at a point in time. This might have been an answer, but it is not anymore. It has never really been an answer to me, but has been a lot of testimony and witnesses that has explained why there is no way that it should stay as getting these renewable credits. And so I thank you all for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any questions for Ms. Campbell? Seeing none, we will move on to Mr. Jesse Chaladil. I'm sure I murdered your name too.
That's all right. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jesse Cladill, and I am a member of the Sunrise Movement Maryland Coalition, which includes Baltimore and 8 other Sunrise hubs across the state of Maryland. We represent a wider national youth-led movement to stop climate change and create millions of good jobs in the process. We have less than 10 years to make the changes we need to avoid the worst effects of the climate crisis. The city of Baltimore is already feeling the harmful effects of climate change. That harm is disproportionately affecting low-income and Black and Brown communities. As you heard earlier, every kilowatt hour of energy we produce by burning trash, we generate more greenhouse gases and more toxins than burning coal. That fact alone should make all of the members of this committee consider trash incineration ineligible for clean, renewable energy subsidies. On top of that, in Baltimore right now, trash incineration is contributing to bad air quality that is making people sick. This drives up healthcare costs and it leads to missed days of school and work. This also means higher costs for both business and government. We've heard before, and you will likely hear again from the opposition today, the incinerator plans to spend more money to reduce its air pollution. Sure, that sounds nice, but the damage has been done. We don't have decades to slowly curb this pollution. The communities surrounding incinerators don't have decades. The fact is, burning trash is a hazard to the surrounding communities and all Marylanders. We've paid more than our share for the incinerator already. We've even paid with our health. We shouldn't have to pay again for the privilege of less air pollution. Good news is we have alternatives. We can direct ratepayer dollars toward truly clean, renewable energy production, and we can adopt zero waste strategies for managing our solid waste. To manage our trash, a zero waste strategy of reduce, reuse, recycle, and compost is the 21st century alternative to both incineration and landfill. Zero waste solutions would create more jobs in our current systems while reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving air quality, and improving quality of life. You, the members of this committee, have the power right now to address the harmful environmental injustices of both the climate crisis and trash incineration. My generation and the generations after us are the people who will live with the consequences of your decisions. We are the future of Maryland. I urge you to do the right thing for us and for future generations and grant a favorable report for this important legislation. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, we'll move to Bruce Burkett. Is Mr. Burkett here? Let's move to Lauren Greenberger. Ms. Greenberger?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know
Okay.
if you can see me. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So I'm Lauren Greenberger. I'm president of Sugarloaf Citizens Association, which is based in Dickerson, Maryland. And I have just one real clear point to make here, and that is to talk about the purpose of the RPS. I'm not here to talk about trash incinerators and how we should process our waste, how we should handle our waste. I'm talking about the purpose of the RPS. It is to address climate change. That's the purpose of this, and that's the purpose of this bill we have before us. It's to reduce our greenhouse gases. And the solution is to incentivize the growth of energy that doesn't pollute. So put subsidies toward methods that do not pollute, clean energy. That's the only purpose of this RPS. It has nothing to do with how we dispose of our trash. The sole purpose is to expand clean energy for the state. Therefore, it is completely contrary to the goal of the RPS to include a polluting source in that standard. According to the EPA, the incinerator in my community emits 600,000 tons of greenhouse gases every year. 600,000 tons of greenhouse gases. That is not clean energy, and we shouldn't be subsidizing it as clean energy. Now here, as Director Ortiz told you before, here in Montgomery County, we own our incinerator. We get millions of dollars in subsidies for that incinerator from this RPS mechanism. But we also recognize that we will lose those subsidies, and we accept that loss, as he pointed out very eloquently before. We know that we have a climate emergency and we need to address it. And to address it, we need to stop taking subsidies for even something we make a lot of money on. I'm so proud of my county for making that choice. We are developing a comprehensive greenhouse gas reduction plan and recognize that greenhouse gases worsen the problem. They don't improve them. Remember that 600,000 tons of greenhouse gases. It is thus that the county is willing to lose its subsidies because it knows that those subsidies should and must go to expand truly clean energy in both our county and our state. I could argue just how unhealthy the incinerator is for our community, but this bill has nothing to do with health. It is solely about reduction of greenhouse gases and funding non-polluting energy. I therefore beg you to get polluters out of the RPS and allow all those subsidies to go to the expansion of clean energy production. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Greenberger? Seeing none, we will move on to Amy Kozak. Ms. Kozak here? Okay. Dante Swinton?
Okay, hello. My name is Dante Swinton. Delegates, the time is now to move Maryland away from being a support system to trash incineration. It is not a renewable energy source. Once the trash is burned, the remaining pollutants are either emitted into the air or concentrated into the leftover ashes discussed before. Real renewable resources don't emit more pollutants per unit of energy created than coal. There are 72 trash incinerators remaining in the country. Wheelabrator, Baltimore is the 6th dirtiest, emitting 4 million pounds of toxic pollutants in 2017 alone. This does not sound like much as a standalone point, but when comparing it to cars, the incinerator releases enough nitrogen oxides to equal 126,000 cars emissions on an annual level, enough CO2 to equal 141,000 cars, PM 2.5, 521,000 cars, and enough sulfur dioxide, which is another asthma trigger, to equal 1.7 million cars. Incinerators last about 30 years on average before requiring significant costly upgrades. Wheelabrator, Baltimore is about 36 years old, which means the continuation of renewable energy credits to a non-renewable source only will prop up a facility destined for an increased number of failures. In fact, higher concentrations of pollutants are released during shutdowns and startups. Some may ask, well, where will the trash go? And that's a reasonable question. The construction of alternative facilities must be prioritized by both Baltimore City and the Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority, the state's quasi-governmental waste management arm. Actually installing zero waste facilities is cheaper than what would be the real cost of a retrofit to the NOx pollution that comes out of Wheelabrator, Baltimore smokestack. The Clean Air Act required retrofits that would have cost $95 million. The settlement, they're only spending about half of that to improve their NOx emissions. So it's not even close to what they really need to be doing. But it's also cheaper than even the expansion of the Quarantine Road landfill. According to EPA, 75 to 80% of the materials we dispose is recyclable or compostable, but the city's residential rate is a disappointing 15% at best. Dependence on trash incinerators prohibits the maximization of these material values. Even the U.S. Chamber of Commerce states that the 70% diversion rate from incinerators and landfills would unlock $4.5 trillion to the national economy by 2030. We're at 34% nationally right now. Additionally, you're going to hear from Covanta and Wheelabrator that they are in compliance, if not succeeding or exceeding compliance with their permits. I wanted to state that those emission standards are not based on health, they're based on the capacity of the incinerator. So it has nothing to do with the actual impact of the pollutants themselves. So it's important to realize that compliance does not equate safety for the public. I urge you to vote in favor of removing subsidies that simply hold Maryland back while polluting its residents along the way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Swinton? Seeing none, we'll go to Justin Gallardo.
Gallardo, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chairwoman Dumas and members of the committee. I'm happy to speak here again favorably of HB 332. After starting this campaign about 5 years ago with Food and Water Watch Maryland, I developed great relationships with Clean Water Action over the past 2 years to clean the RPS. I applaud the chairman and Speaker Jones for addressing the urgency to declassify black liquor, and I think the same can be done for waste to energy. In the national spotlight, President Biden revoked the Keystone XL pipeline permit through executive order, and there was uproar about job loss. However, just because something provides jobs doesn't provide positive outcomes. I've had family that worked in both coal mines and farm work and still lived in poverty, got black lung and brain tumors respectively. 2 years ago, as a member of the Chesapeake Conservation Corps, I attended United Workers Zero Waste Youth Leadership in Action Day, where students from Benjamin Franklin High School and the community showcased alternatives for clean, sustainable jobs. We have a roadmap in this state for clean jobs. It's our RPS, but it's very dirty. When we subsidize dirty jobs, especially from an out-of-state corporation, we adversely harm communities and stifle innovation that ensures market efficiency. The residents of this community, many people of color and low income, should not endure health damages of $55 million a year courtesy of our tax dollars. I will quote ecologist Robert Goodland's The Concept of Environmental Sustainability and quote, "We must save the remnants of the only environment we have and allow for and invest in the regeneration of what we've already damaged. In other words, maximize utilities. This starts with declassifying waste to energy incineration like it should have been all along. Companies out of state take these subsidies, make money for themselves, and that's it. But let's start investing in our communities here and have a healthy environment, as this area near the incinerator in Baltimore is on sea level, subjected to climate change, and provide a healthy job market. I work well with Senator Chris West, and he agrees economic productivity and environmental consideration are not mutually exclusive. Therefore, I ask a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, we'll move on to Stephanie Compton.
Thank you. And thank you, Delegate Ivy and Chairman Davis. I am really missing out on my opportunity to take a field trip to Annapolis, but I am enjoying this 4-hour wait in the comfort of my home. So coming to you from Baltimore City, I'm a zero waste educator, and a zero looks like a zero. What else looks like a zero? The globe, our earth. So we need our legislative support from our government officials that puts people and the planet first. With multiple incinerators in Maryland and around the DMV area, we've been polluting our neighborhoods with these toxic metals that we've been mentioning from other testimonies before me. And this toxic air polluter of the incineration is, oh, I'm sorry, I lost my spot. Clean is clean, renewable is renewable, and incineration is neither. So it should not be considered as in the RPS. Coming from Baltimore City, we've got the Wheelabrator. And even after they come up to the stricter standards in 3 years, they'll still be the city's largest air polluter for many pollutants that cause asthma, cancer, birth defects, and more. The main pollutant that they'll have to reduce is nitrogen oxide that trigger asthma attacks. They can lower these emissions at any time, but choose not to spend the money to do that until forced to do so. So why should we subsidize polluters when they won't spend the money to limit their damage to public health? And due to our country's racist history with racist zoning laws, without a doubt, these incinerators are prime examples of what environmental racism looks like, which is why I am and the fellow organizers here today are pushing you to be leaders of environmental justice and remove waste energy, also known as incineration or burning our trash, away from the renewable energy portfolio standard. This is just one step of many to come for our future and many more steps that need to be taken in the future. We've got a long way to go, and thank you for your support in favor of House Bill 332.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Compton?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question.
Sure. Delegate Fisher.
Stephanie, are you still there?
She is.
Oh, okay. Hi. My question is, what is a zero waste educator?
Oh, thank you for asking. So I could educate you if you'd like to know more about what zero waste education is. So it's advising on individuals and businesses on what they can do to divert from the waste stream. So as we heard from testimony before, there's lots of things being thrown away we're throwing away our money, we're throwing away our resources, and we can develop these more sustainable strategies like having real recycling and having real composting goals. And that's the root of zero waste, is having recycling and composting and educating people on the steps they can take to do that. Thank you for asking.
Got it. So where do we put the trash? Where do we put our trash, like in the meantime, like in Baltimore? So you're educating people, and I think that's great.
Yes.
But
well, ultimately, we as individuals have so much control. We only have so much power. We are operating in the systems that exist. And so
my question for you though is my question, that's great. That's a great platitude. My question is, where do we put the trash in the meantime? Okay. So it's good that you're educating people. I think, and I genuinely mean that. But
so we don't burn it.
So where do we put it? In the meantime,
in the meantime, we've got to be able to not throw it away. We are throwing away things that should not be thrown away. So when we have like economic incentives to have local businesses where we have recycling that actually diverts things, recycling is another word for trash, in my opinion. A lot of our trash is recyclable. So it can be going other to companies and small business entrepreneurs that already exist, getting these recyclables back into.
So that's part of your, I get it. I mean, I get it. That's part of your educator side. And I think that's.
But you're asking me where it goes?
No, my question was, in the meantime, while you're educating people, where do we put the trash?
Delegate Fisher, I can actually answer that question.
Well, no, the question
Thanks, Dante.
The question's for Stephanie.
We're going to do one. And it was a question from Ms. Compton.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't mind. I work with Dante. I don't mind calling in Dante to help me answer the question. Where the trash goes.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll be brief.
All right, very briefly.
Okay, so as it stands, we're about to hit capacity under the existing landfill, but the city has been in the process of expanding the landfill for the last several years. The new version, or the extended cell, is supposed to come online by 2026. Under current assumptions of waste disposal management, we would hit our rate at 2024 if we did not have Wheeler Grader accessible. However, this assumes that we would maintain the level of waste disposal that we currently have going through the waste stream. So as I mentioned in my testimony, we only recycle about 15%. However, if we actually did provide a universal distribution of recycling bins, which we never have in Baltimore City, that would allow for us to actually increase the access to increase those rates, which would permit us to spend the time to build the material recovery facility and composting facilities that could be built on, be brought online. San Francisco's, as a quick example, came online under 18 months. So this is not something.
Dante, I appreciate that. It's just that in the meantime, there are still trash that has to be disposed of. And
Well, the city already has a public landfill. Well, for Baltimore City, I know this is Maryland at large, but we do have a public landfill as well.
So, and then my final question, Madam Chair, and I promise. So I get it, there's a landfill and there's also an incinerator. So the question is, what you're suggesting, I suppose, that the landfill is better than the incinerator.
Yes. So to that point, really quickly to get to your question, because I did actually answer where things go in the meantime. I mentioned that the current capacity of the existing Quarantine Road landfill ends in 2024 under the assumption that we continue to dispose in the same way that we've done and not actually increase diversion rates. So in that time between now and 2024, if we did not bother to do anything new about recycling or composting, then it would hit that rate and we would have these 2 years where we would need to potentially export trash. But that is not the case if we actually institute these policies. And as I mentioned, it is still cheaper to go in the direction that I've advocated for than it is to maintain the status quo. We do not actually need Wheelabrator to be around as much as they may contend, but it is not something that is necessary. And I put in my contact info, as well as the stats on the cost of these facilities. So if you want more information, reach out. I'll give you all that knowledge. Thanks.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, then that ends the testimony for the proponents. We will move on to the opponents, starting with Ted Michaels.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Dumais and members of the committee. My name is Ted Michaels, and I serve as president of the Energy Recovery Council. On behalf of the Energy Recovery Council, I strongly oppose House Bill 332. We've heard from a number of opponents today who have said that waste energy is not renewable, that it's not clean, that it's not a real renewable. And it's not going to surprise you that I'm going to take that I don't share those sentiments here, and I'm going to take a different position. The elimination of waste energy as a tier 1 renewable source ignores the many benefits that waste energy has and adversely affects its continued viability as a source of energy and solid waste disposal in the state of Maryland. Waste energy is a clean, renewable, efficient, and reliable form of energy production of post-recycled waste. Let me restate that, post-recycled waste that helps divert waste from landfills while producing renewable energy to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. The process of converting waste into energy is a key part of an integrated materials management plan that focuses on waste reduction, reuse, recycling, and recovery of energy. Let me pause and highlight that again. This is part of a larger system. This is not, nobody, including I, propose waste energy to be a silver bullet of any kind. This is a part of a larger waste management system that relies on all things on the hierarchy, including those that are higher value, like waste reduction, like we heard before. But there is going to be waste left over, and we need to deal with that in a responsible way. And EPA has said that waste energy is preferable to landfilling, despite the testimony to the contrary today. The US EPA has said that waste energy facilities produce electricity with less environmental impact than almost any other source of electricity. This is why President Obama's Clean Power Plan back in 2014 recognized waste energy as a key technology for reducing the carbon intensity of the power sector. EPA and many other governmental and non-governmental organizations have formally recognized the technology for its role in reducing worldwide greenhouse gas emissions, because on a life cycle basis, it shows that waste energy facilities reduce the amount of greenhouse gases by approximately 1 ton for every ton of waste combusted. That is, let me be clear. Waste energy plants have carbon dioxide emissions, but on a life cycle basis, because of the displacement of landfilling and fossil fuels, we avoid more we avoid more carbon dioxide equivalents than are from other sources. So for all of these reasons, the Energy Recovery Council urges the committee to provide an unfavorable report on HB 332, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Michael? Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Mr. Michael. Thanks for coming. So you said, you made the statement about the EPA saying that waste energy, the comment about electricity with less environmental impact than almost any other source of electricity. Is that what you said? EPA?
Yeah, that was a quote from a letter that was sent to to our organization.
Yeah. Do you want to tell the committee what year that was sent to your organization?
Sure, it was in the it was the first Bush administration. I have in front of me, it was 2003 or 4.
Yeah, it was 2003. I've seen that quote used by, it's actually in the Covanta testimony as well, and it was in the Wheelabrator testimony and report that they shared with the committee last year. And I guess I'm wondering, has that statement been made by the EPA since 2003, as there's been quite a bit of, and this letter, well, the letter is not an analysis. The letter is a to your organization, thanking you for research related to anthrax, I think. But putting that aside, has there been any development in our energy technologies since 2003? I mean, overall, our energy technologies. Like, might things have changed since 2003?
They have, the facilities have, as we heard before, have instituted many different technology enhancements. I'd say they are, they're far more technologically superior than they were 30 years ago. If that's the question you're asking, I'm not sure.
My question is, have other clean energy technologies progressed since 2003?
I mean, they have increased deployment. Sure.
It's just, it's odd to me that the quote that everybody seems to be hanging their hat on is from a letter that was not an EPA assessment that's now 18 years old. So I would agree that EPA still has their hierarchy that suggests that waste to energy is better than landfill from a waste management perspective. But EPA doesn't have a hierarchy, nor is their current position one that suggests that waste to energy is preferable to other clean energy sources.
No, I don't think they would say that it was preferable to other clean energy sources, even in that quote from 18 years ago. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
The question that they were posing is how you deal with waste, and the fact that that with the electricity that we generate from the disposal of waste, there is less impact than almost any other source. Let's be real. I see the word "almost" in there. It doesn't say that it's better than solar. It doesn't say that it's better than wind, and I don't think we would. I don't think we draw that conclusion.
I think my concern is that quote continually gets taken out of context and doesn't get pointed back. And over the years I've asked for it, I finally tracked it down. But over the years I've asked for it, it hasn't been put in context in the conversation. And so it has suggested that it's equivalent to these other actual clean energy sources that we have in the RPS. So anyways, it's really a request is that if you're going to use it again, I don't think it's contextual anymore, but if you were to use it again, I would just ask for you and others to make it clear that it was from this letter from 2003 that was related to, thanking you for the research you were doing, I think related to anthrax. I don't see what it was attached to because this was all I found. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Nichols, has the EPA rescinded or otherwise altered that quote?
No, of course not.
Has technology in the trash burning industry gotten better or worse or stayed the same?
Better.
Okay, so is it reasonable to assume then, at least to most of us, that based on that quote and technology being better, that even though that quote's 18 years old, that it would still be, I guess, essentially in play, that it would still be applicable today?
I think it's still a valid perspective.
Yeah, for most reasonable people, I would think so. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Michaels? Seeing, I'm assuming Delegate Charkoudian, you were done. That's okay. We will move on to Marco Castaldi. Mr. Castaldi here? Okay. Mary Urban? We have outweighted them. I do see Miss Blaylock is here.
Oh, I am. Yes, ma'am. I always wait. Okay. Mr. Chairman, Madam co-chair. Thank you so much for letting me speak for a minute today. And I have some prepared testimony that I sent in, but I'll just remind I'm sorry, my name is Fraser Blaylock and I'm with Covanta Energy. Covanta is the proud operator of the waste to energy facility that serves Montgomery County. And it's located in Dickerson, Maryland. And I am a Bethesda resident. So I wanted to touch on a couple of points just quickly. One that hasn't been raised yet, because I guess I'm only the second person to speak in opposition to the bill, but this committee and the General Assembly many years ago decided that waste is a renewable resource and put waste to energy and landfilling in tier 1 of the RPS. I've heard a lot of negative things about waste to energy in the previous testimony, but no one has addressed really the fact, except actually Mike Ewell, addressed the fact that landfills use the same fuel that waste to energy does. So if you are saying that waste to energy doesn't belong in tier 1 of the RPS, then if you are going to implement a policy fairly and consistently, it would make sense that landfills would not be in tier 1 of the RPS. If in fact it's waste, it is as the fuel that does not qualify as renewable. The second point that I wanted to bring up is there was a Delegate Charkoudian, you had a question about the money that that Montgomery County receives for the REC credits that they're able to sell for the energy that we generate, and that it crowds I guess you were asking Mr. Ortiz whether it crowds out wind and solar. The reason we want to give up the money that the taxpayers of Montgomery County could really use for our solid waste system, that we crowd out wind and solar from being developed in the state. And I just have to say that's not factually correct. Most of the wind and solar that's being sold into our RPS comes from out of state. So I don't agree that waste to energy, which are indigenous in-state jobs, are crowding out potential new jobs and generation from wind and solar. So I just kind of wanted to make that point. And then finally, one thing on EPA, like a current quote or current determination by EPA is that for every ton of trash we take at a waste to energy facility, we do offset a ton of greenhouse gas equivalent, CO2 equivalent, mostly from landfill avoidance. But that is a current EPA assessment, something positive. So happy to take questions and happy to be here. Thank you so much for my time.
Okay, I think I saw Delegate Adams first, then Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I'll be concise. When I was elected in 2014, we had our freshman tour, and one of the many places we went to was your facility in Montgomery County. The legislature wanted me and us to see what was happening there, and one of the reminders I've always thought about was the sheer volume of business that's happening there at your facility, meaning that I don't think it's arbitrary and I don't think it's insignificant to think about the value that Covanta and Wheelabrator deliver to the state of Maryland in delivering clean energy. Yes, I said clean energy because the alternative is that this shows up in the landfill. And my only question at making that statement is that this doesn't have to be a zero-sum game where we say yes or no. It can be an all and above answer as to how we handle clean renewable energy. We have trash, it has to be dealt with. Why can't it be an all and above? We want solar, we want wind. That's the state's prerogative. We're not hurting those priorities by saying, yes, what's happening in Montgomery County is a desirable thing. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I would agree with an all of the above approach. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's, thank you. That's a concise,
yes.
Exactly well.
There's room for everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I just want to clarify that I'm not taking a position, or I don't think it's the job of this committee to take the position right now in this bill about whether waste energy or landfill is whether incineration or landfill is preferable from a waste management perspective. I do understand the EPA's position that I've looked at that. I've worked on zero waste. I'm putting that aside for a second because I'm trying to look at clean energy. And so my question to you, because maybe I'm confused about how the RPS works. If we have a 25% roughly RPS right now, and 10% of those RECs currently go to waste to energy, which they do, and we take waste to energy out, those 10% have to go to something else. Would you agree to that?
If there's something else that's developed that can use it, sure.
Well, sure. I mean, you have a price mechanism and a market, and so other RECs so the RECs would get sold to something else. We do need to clean up our RPS in other ways. I think we're going to get to black liquor this year. And so I guess the question is, if we take black liquor out, we take waste to energy out, we take landfill gas, which I'm going to come back to, out, then the rest of what's left is geothermal, small hydro, wind, solar. So by definition, if we take waste to energy out, then the money goes to these other things. Would you agree with that?
Well, the money would go elsewhere, but the money would go to all the out-of-state wind and solar, which is where it mostly is currently going. The point is, what I thought the point is that you were making, Delegate, was that because Montgomery County is selling its energy into the RPS, that is prohibiting Maryland from being able to award REC credits to new solar and wind facilities. And that's what I was disagreeing with.
So, but you have a plant in Virginia that receives RECs from Maryland, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's messy. I mean, I would prefer, we could talk about in-state, out-of-state. Right now, what we're talking about is what are the actual energies that we consider to be clean energy. And as we talk about what we consider to be clean energy, when we take out certain kinds of dirty energy, it leaves room for clean energy. But what I want to close with is I actually agree with you on a really key point that you raised, and I want to point that out, which is that landfill gas it doesn't belong in the RPS either. And so I guess I'm wondering if you would change your position to favorable with amendment, or if you would support the bill if we take out landfill gas as well. I've heard you say it's inconsistent for us to say that we don't want incineration, but we do want landfill gas. I'd be happy to support that amendment. Would that change your position on the bill?
Well, it wouldn't, because I do believe that waste is a renewable resource.
Oh.
I'd love to be zero waste, but I recycle the heck out of my stuff. But until we are, I strongly believe that, and I have seen empirical evidence that waste is a renewable resource. So I do think waste to energy and landfills both belong in the RPS.
Okay, thank you.
But if you take one out, I don't think it's fair to not take the other one out.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Delegate Arends.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Ms. Blaylock,
Yes, sir.
what you said really hit home a little bit, because we're having a lot of discussions on a lot of bills today about the poor, trying to recompensate for the people who can't afford to pay their bills. We've been talking about renewable energy and what have you. And I've always been caught up on the fact that we're trying to make Maryland perfect at other states' expense, meaning we don't have the ability to produce what we keep saying we should produce in this state. And we haven't demonstrated that, but we keep raising the bar, if you will. So we have to go spend more and more money, and we raise our rates, if you will, and we raise our cost of energy. So we're actually taking that rising of cost because we want to look like we're really doing our best. And I think everybody on this committee would like to see us do our best as far as clean energy, but at the expense of the ratepayers. And I say that in a sense that we just had a bill talking about the poor people who can't afford to pay their bills, and we got to find ways to help that. As we keep increasing our rates, we keep increasing that gap between the poor and that. And I find it sort of disingenuous that we're arguing about stuff when we don't even have the ability at this point to produce the energy we keep saying we want, and we're buying it, and we're actually buying those so-called points from other states that aren't even close to the work that Maryland's been able to do. And we've done a good job. Isn't that so?
I believe we've done a good job. I believe we've done a good job. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that finishes Ms. Blaylock. And my understanding is Ms. Urban, Mary Urban is here.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Your turn.
Thanks. I will not repeat what Fraser said, but thank you, Chairman Davis. Thank you, Vice Chair Dumais, members of the committee. My name is Mary Urban. I'm testifying on behalf of Wheelbrader Technologies and in opposition respectfully to the House Bill 332. Maryland's RPS program was established to promote renewable energy production and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Eliminating waste to energy from a tier 1 renewable would be in direct contrast with those important objectives. At Wheelbrader, we support renewable energies of all kinds, wind, solar, geothermal. And we also know that converting post-recycled waste into renewable energy is a safe and effective way to further reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Each day we convert about 2,000 tons of post-recycled waste into 65 megawatts of renewable energy, and that powers about 40,000 homes. The power generated offsets the need for 718,000 barrels of oil, 209,000 tons of coal, and or about 2.8 million cubic feet of natural gas. So we do precisely what the tier 1 RPS sources are intended to accomplish. The RECs we receive for reducing fossil fuels allows us to make ongoing investments in technology, provide good paying jobs to about 70 Maryland residents, and support waste reduction initiatives and sustainable living efforts in the community. Last year, as you've heard, we worked with Baltimore City, and we're committed to investing $40 million into capital upgrades. That will help us achieve among the lowest emission levels for any waste energy facility in the US. Our employees, in terms of our wages, we earn about an average $88,000, including hourly wages and overtime. Our average starting hourly wage of salaried employees is about $32.90. It all includes week 1 dental, health, vision benefits. The work that we're doing in the community, we've committed to spending over $750,000 each year to talk about waste reduction, to educate people, increase recycling, support community gardens, STEM research and STEM education, lots of things. So the RECs that we receive directly supports those type of investments. Because we convert waste to energy, because we offset our state's reliance on fossil fuels, I respectfully ask that you give an unfavorable report to HB 332. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urban. Delegate Ahrens, did you have a question or just?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Delegate Charkudian. You're still muted. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay.
I understand that if we're burning trash, we're not necessarily using coal in that for those same megawatts. But that doesn't inherently mean that burning trash is a clean energy, because if we're burning fuel oil, we're also not burning natural gas. If we're burning oil, we're not burning coal. It doesn't make oil a renewable energy. Would you agree with that?
I'm not really clear on what you're saying. You're saying that fossil fuels are not renewable?
What you said earlier is because when we burn trash, we're not burning coal and natural gas.
We're offsetting the need for that energy generation.
Right. So I would argue one could say I'm burning petroleum, therefore I'm not burning coal. So petroleum must be a clean energy. And we should get renewable energy credits for that. I'm trying to follow it. Like we're defining clean energy as I understand it. We're defining it as energy. All the other resources, other than the ones that I also think we should take out, landfill gas and black liquor, that they're energies that don't require the EPA and the state to have emissions controls, right? So you're talking about emission controls and you're talking about making improvement on emission controls, but like solar panels don't have emission controls and wind turbines don't have emission controls and geothermal doesn't have emission controls because they don't have emissions. And that's what we're trying to grow in the states. I'm trying to understand the logic that you're using to suggest that because it's not coal that's being burnt, therefore it's a clean energy. Is that the argument you're making, or?
I mean, I think that we are making the argument that this is a renewable energy. This is Baltimore City creates about 1.5 million tons of trash every year. We take that in. We create clean energy. The process in general, in terms of waste management and not having to ship thousands of tractor trailers of trash down to Virginia or Pennsylvania. All those things together, offset the need for different types of energy that are in our power grid. And so, yeah, I am making the argument that we are a renewable energy.
Okay, I guess I'm not hearing how what you're saying is equating with the concept of renewable of renewable and clean energy. We heard earlier about the fact that waste is only renewable because we've done such a horrible job at managing our production and recycling of it, right? It's not renewable inherently like the sun. It's going to keep coming, and it's got other problems. But I'll leave it at that. It's late. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Urban. And we are going to go to, I believe, our last witness, Pam Casemeyer.
Hi, members of the committee and Delegate.
To wrap it up.
I will. I'll do it really quickly because it's been a long hearing and I understand that. So I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. We are the private sector voice of the waste industry. And ironically, our members include the hauling community, the landfills, recycling. We have multiple recycling facilities members. We have composting members. It's the whole spectrum of waste management, including waste to energy. But we're here in opposition to this bill, despite the fact in some ways many of our members compete with waste to energy. So they're not necessarily always thrilled to, but want to make the point that you have to separate out from the industry's perspective the fact that this technology, and I understand the discussion that occurred earlier about the EPA hierarchy and that was said a long time ago, but that's been utilized for a long time, even acknowledged by those businesses that fall lower on the hierarchy that deal with disposal. These technologies do produce energy. The Wheelabrator facility produces steam for Baltimore City. That steam is an essential part of their infrastructure. So we're taking waste and we're producing energy. That is a valuable commodity. And so whether or not there's a discussion about what the best way to manage waste is, or whether or not is a very different issue than whether or not waste to energy is a renewable source of energy. It takes a product, it turns it into clean energy, and many respects energy that is necessary and would otherwise be provided by I would disagree with the characterization that it's dirtier than coal or dirtier than other things. I think that we could debate the statistics forever, and I'm certainly not a scientist, but I've seen all kinds of arguments in science on and the like. But again, remember, we're trying to incentivize our state to utilize renewable energy. That's the point of the RPS. And you can't start taking different sources out of the RPS for different reasons. It is not stopping us from developing other sources of renewable energy. It is not preventing the development of solar. And the other thing you should know is it does require that a waste energy facility is attached to the Maryland grid. That's not a state line issue, but that's the electronic grid for Maryland. That's very narrow compared to any other source in the RPS. So respectfully, we would request that the bill be given an unfavorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from Ms. Casemeyer? Seeing none, that concludes our hearings for today. I simply remind the committee we have technically only one bill tomorrow, though I do believe we may have lots of testimony. And please remember that our bill hearings tomorrow start at 11, not 1:30. And with that, I hope everyone has a great evening. Thank everybody for hanging in with us and being available to testify. And I'm sure we'll talk again soon.